Because on this day.
In 1962, Paul Reynolds, the British guitarist best known for being a member of the new waver band A Flock of Seagulls.
A what?
A flock of seagulls.
A flock
You know,
of
the
seagulls.
state bird, Bill.
Yes, the California gull, which is the state bird of Utah.
Mm-hmm.
Makes a great deal of sense to me.
It should be the state song should come from a flock of seagulls.
Well, they came a little after all that was
I guess
decided.
so.
Are you saying that we should form all of our state things after the seagull in some
Yeah.
way, shape, or form?
Yeah.
I think, no, it should be the bee, not the seagull. They're nasty birds. They're rats with wings.
They are.
They saved the pioneers, Bill.
They
saved them.
They flew over the fields and ate all the crickets, and then they went over. That's the reason the Great Salt Lake is salty, you know, because they flew out over the lake and disgorged the crickets, threw them up. People think I'm making this up.
Nope.
No, this is what they taught you when you were in primary.
They did?
Oh,
I
yeah.
didn't go to primary.
Yeah, they so there was an infestation of crickets eating the crops, and I think that was true. And because we are a self-centered and stiff-necked people, they were crickets, but we said because we are a self-centered and stiff-necked people, we'll call them Mormon crickets. And so the Mormon crickets were eating everything in sight, and then all of a sudden came the flocks of seagulls, like clouds, white clouds sent by the angels, and these seagulls came down and they went into the fields and they ate crickets until their bellies were so full, and then they flew out over the Great Salt Lake and they would throw them up, disgorge them, and come back for more because, well, you know, it was a miracle. And that's the reason the Great Salt Lake is salty.
And that's why we have seagulls here inland.
Yeah.
Because magic.
Yeah. Well, because initially it was a miracle, and then as time went on, the word just got out. Hey, you know what? It's pretty good crickets out in Utah.
Man, they got a cricket buffet there that just,
Utah, are you sure? I don't want to fly all the way out there.
No,
There'd be
dude, trust me.
crickets.
It's worth the trip.
I don't know.
No, to wear masks.
Yes, that is a new thing.
We have to wear masks. Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying there's a choice there. You have to do it. Mm-hmm. And so you're out and about, and you still interact with the public in certain aspects. And I realize that we're all learning how to smile with our eyes better than we used to.
It's a good thing I'm not getting Botox these days.
That's, but I mean, it's true. Have you noticed? You haven't been out enough, probably, Gina, to
Me?
notice. Yeah,
I've been out more than you.
But I was standing at the liquor store yesterday, and I turned around, and there was somebody behind me, a young woman behind me, and her eyes kind of all crinkled up, and I crinkled my eyes up, and then I said, I guess we're all learning to smile with our eyes a little bit more, aren't we? And she went, yes, that's true, we are. It's very, yeah, you're right. And I
bet there's more winking going on too.
I hope not. I think winking is awful.
I've been winking more, and I've been doing this.
Oh, with the finger.
Do the gun with your finger and go.
Saying things like, "That's right, champ."
Right back at you.
Let's them know. Yeah, I'm smiling behind here.
Hey, whatever you say, Tiger. And so I don't know. We ought to think. What are some of the other things that we do different? Just centered around wearing that mask only. The other thing is I'm slightly hard of hearing anyway, so I have to really. And people seem to understand that quite well.
Because you can't read lips.
Yeah, and people get that. Because you know what? Everybody, whether you hear well or not, everybody reads lips.
Sure.
And so people in a store, a clerk or something will talk to me, and I'll go, what? And I'll lean in, and they get it. They go, yeah. Sometimes they'll even say, yeah, mask. I know. They're talking perfectly loud. It just can't. It's muddled because of the mask.
Everything is harder now and takes longer. Everything.
I don't know, I was in and out of the liquor store pretty quick yesterday.
Well, don't you have a fast pass?
It,
It's the Bill All Red
kind
line,
of,
right? Right over here.
Kind
The
of.
fast pass in that he has every location in the store memorized and knows where to go.
Yeah.
So
You don't wander.
You don't
go, "Now, I
wander.
wonder where
Like,
the
Nope,
this
I
is."
go right to my
Where's
shelf.
the booze? I can't see the booze. Where?
No, I don't have to do that, Carrie. I go
Are
right
the
to my
clear
shelf.
are the clear liquids on this side?
Where are the aperitifs? I needed a good digestive. Where? Yeah. No, I don't. I don't have to do any of that. I go right to my shelf.
Beeline
Yeah.
it for your
Yep.
shelf.
Right
Boom,
to your,
boom.
you know, right where you're getting it, and you go,
You know,
you grab it.
It's like Carrie has a hold at Dr. Volt's for his comics.
Yeah.
I have
Bill,
a
you
hold.
should have a hole. It's
The
Bill's
old Forester.
shelf.
It's
When
the
we
old
get
Forester hold.
When we get the new shipment in,
Yeah.
these are,
I wish
these are
they'd
for
do that.
Bill.
No, you just go in and you say your number of your hold, and they go, ah, yes, we have it here for you, and they pull it out.
Yeah, I'd like that.
Should
I
really do that.
I was in Whole Foods on Sunday. That's the first time I've been in a grocery store of any kind for a long time. So I stopped at the Whole Foods, and I didn't realize the Arrow situation.
Oh,
And are all the grocery stores doing that? Where
Most of 'em.
the
I-
one-way
I-
aisles.
I shop at Harmon's pretty much exclusively, so I would just say that they are doing it.
Not all, but most
Yeah.
have adapted that.
Yeah, and I didn't because I hadn't really shopped at a store. I've gone to do pickup and stuff, but I didn't. And I think I was walking down an aisle, and some people gave me kind of an odd look, and
Did they say you're doing it wrong?
no, they didn't say
You're
anything.
doing it wrong.
They didn't say anything, but and I didn't even think about the look they gave me until after I got down the aisle, and then I was looking around at something, and I went, "Oh, there's arrows here on the floor and on the." And I said, "Oh, I'm good." And then I flashed back to the people I had passed, and I went, "Oh, they gave me kind of a look, didn't they?" So
How hard is it to follow the arrows? Why is he doing this?
yeah. Well, I think they probably didn't say anything because it, everybody. There's a first time for everything for everybody. I wasn't being willful.
It was your first time at the store.
Yeah.
Well, but then there was I've been doing mostly grocery delivery, so I haven't been to the grocery store in a long time. But the last time that I went there was when they just started the Arrow thing. And so I was aware of it. I'm looking down at the floor. And then there was a woman who needed to get something in the aisle that I was standing in, and she could see that if she walked toward me, she would be going against the one-way.
Mm-hmm.
She looked at the Arrow and then looked at me and just proceeded. Just right past me, just, I'm
It was
going to
clear
get my
she
thing.
knew what she was doing.
And I just looked at her and went, really?
Did you say that?
Yeah.
Aloud?
Really? And she just got her thing and left. And I was like, okay,
And she
great.
kept saying to herself, "He's right. I'm so ashamed. I'm so ashamed."
I just, so it becomes kind of a game, that you play. Oh, okay, well, I need this and this. Oh, but then I got to go down and around and.
Yeah, and then they have. It's pretty well done. They have everything kind of so you're funneled into a certain area, and then
Yeah.
there's someone. And my suspicion is they'll want to keep it.
It flows.
It's better for shopping. It really is than having people just go willy. And so you have to, you go, oh crap, I got to get some cookies, and they're on that aisle, right next to me, but that's the aisle going the other way. So big deal. You have to walk to the next aisle, go up that aisle, and then come back down. Big deal.
It teaches you to
Yeah.
start at one end and just wind back and don't wander around the store. They don't want you wandering around the store. They want you just one way moving.
That's not true. I mean, it is now. In the past, no, they love you wandering around
yeah.
the store.
Yeah,
that's
but
that's
I don't
what they
think
want
they
you to
want
do.
that
And
now.
that's why certain things in stores are in certain positions on certain shelves, is
Yeah.
because it's all about guiding you through. It's like Target stores. They purposely put the toys section way at the back so that you have to walk through the store to get the... Same with milk in the grocery store. They put it at the back so you have to walk all the way through.
But I don't ever wander through the grocery store intentionally. Now I may end up wandering through the grocery store because I can't find what I need. But I mean, my whole objective is to, get what I need and go to each place that it is and then leave. But sometimes you just can't do it.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, let's get the show started. 877-602-9696. That's the number you would call if you would like to check in with the Radio from Hell show, because we would like you to do that. We would like you to do it. Therefore, you should perhaps reciprocate and do it. 877-602-9696. Give us a call. Tell us how you're doing, what you're doing, what's your day going to be like. What observations have you made about wearing masks or shopping at the grocery store, or how's your life going? 877-602-9696. That's the number to call. And then when we get back, we'll take your calls and officially begin the program.
All right, so we'll take a break. We will be back with your check-ins. You care about the air. UCAIR.
You
Boy,
should
I
care.
feel like the air has been so stagnant and terrible lately.
You know
can
why
just
you feel
see
that
it.
way?
Why?
It has been.
Okay.
It's very hot and not moving much.
Yeah.
And so the ozone starts to build up. And you can't see it usually. Now, if you were to go up a canyon right now and look back down into the valley, you would see it. It's icky, awful stuff, and it's dangerous to breathe. But if you go to UCAIR, that's UCAIR.org, there are all kinds of tips there about how you can help clear that up, or at least not add to it. Like what, Gina?
You can get that Tier 3 gas. Mm-hmm. You can mow your lawn in the evening. You wouldn't think it would make that big of a deal when you mow your lawn, but it actually matters.
Or convert to electric lawn mowers and trimmers. So, for more information, go to ucare.org. From celebrities to moms right here in Utah, more and more women are consuming their placentas in pill form.
Don't do that.
Listen, I want you to hear
Okay,
these. I want you to,
okay, wait, don't go on. Even if there's something about eating your placenta, you would have to do it the way your dog does it when she has puppies.
Yep.
If there's anything to it, drying it out and putting it in a pill kills whatever good thing you think it does.
medical expert Gina Barberi, listen to the testimonies of these women,
All
Gina.
right.
The placenta, for those of you who don't know, is an organ that grows inside the uterus while a baby is developing. The placenta gives nutrients to the baby, and some believe,
Some
Some believe.
People are saying, and I'm hearing.
Ms. Barberi not among them,
No.
but some people are saying, and I'm hearing, and I have the tendency to believe when some people say and I hear, and then I believe, that it is also capable of giving mom key nutrients even after it, that is the placenta, and the baby are delivered. Quote, so what happens is, studies show that about 72 hours after delivery, once the placenta is delivered, hormone levels drop, said Rachel Talley, a midwife, Gina, and herbalist. Are you either of those two things?
Wow, a midwife and an herbalist.
Are you?
I am neither of them.
All right. All right, then.
Are there any,
I want you take out your credentials and show me.
are there any doctors or scientists around?
Carrie?
Studies,
Carrie?
Studies?
Studies
Herbalists,
say,
herbalists.
according to this midwife
And a
Midwife
study,
and
a,
and herbalist,
a study could be, you know,
Okay.
I've studied things, and that's.
it takes 4 to 12 weeks statistically, said an herbalist and midwife, for the body to and the endocrine system to start producing these hormones again. So what we're really doing is natural hormone therapy. After Miranda Hansen delivered her second child, she said she felt the despair of postpartum creeping back in. The first 5 days was like a flashback, she said. But after taking her first placenta pill, she says, so here's evidence right here,
Okay.
the symptoms softened in just 20 minutes. It was like this fog that was lifted, she said. It was like a breath, like it was totally like, I could just like feel like it was clear. It was
Couldn't
like
possibly be that
amazing.
you were thinking that would happen, so it happened.
Oh my
That you were
God,
sold.
you are so negative. Miranda says she bonded with her baby, got back on her feet quicker, and dropped her baby weight faster after taking the pills. Other moms, like Melinda Dratchell, also weighed in. I'm a big fan of Western, like modern medicine, she said. I'm all about the epidural, which I know you are, Gina.
Big fan of the epidural.
But she said the placenta pills worked for her. It was a little strange at first when I started
And
talking.
they kept the
taking them.
cougars away, and they kept.
Rachel Talley charges, midwife and herbalist, charges. What are you charging for this advice, Gina? Huh?
It's free.
She charges $250. Okay.
How much
and
does she
that's what it's
charge?
worth. And that's what it's worth.
How much does she charge? I'm
That's
curious.
what your advice is worth. Because her advice, midwife and herbalist, $250 for her services. She said a placenta typically yields about 200 to 300 pills. Some hospitals won't release the placenta, but if they do, and if it's handled correctly, the health department said they don't see a risk in consuming your own placenta, but they do caution folks not to share their placenta with somebody else.
Please let me have some of your
No.
placenta.
No.
Come on.
No, don't share. No placenta sharing out there. Okay, Rachel Talley, midwife, herbalist, and placenta encapsulator.
And making money off of it.
She is.
Wait, that couldn't possibly have anything to do.
She is a placenta encapsulator as well.
A placebo encapsulator.
Yeah. Follow me on Twitter unless you want to see
Ew,
gross pictures.
We'll talk about that coming up.
that was disgusting.
That was Ty Burrell, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was.
What is
yes.
that show? What is
That's Duncanville.
Duncanville.
Yeah.
That's his brother's name, Duncan Burrell.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I don't know
Okay.
if that's.
Okay, let's get this over with.
Yeah, and then we'll go to your check-ins if anybody's of mind to call into the Radio from Hell show. Did anybody do that? Okay, good, because we did task you with that important mission, calling 877-602-9696, and we expected some of you to take up the challenge, and apparently you have. So let's start with the sponsor for the opening of the show.
Right now at your locally owned and operated Big O Tires, save up to $150 off select sets of Big O brand tires, the team you trust.
Well, our old friend the moon is out there right now, shining sulkily in the sky. The moon will, it's 99.1% of full, but it's on the wane. It's always all cocky when it's going toward full, but then when it starts waning, it gets all sulky and kind of moody. The moon will set today at 7:15 a.m., today being Tuesday. It's the 4th day of August in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2020. And this is the Radio from Hell show starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi, old Slewfoot Barberi. Katie, for short, is producing the show back in the studio in Salt Lake. And our two wonderful helpers in the producer's booth, Miriam and Skip. And now, your check-ins.
Yeah, about that.
No?
They got tired of waiting.
What do they? Something better to do at 6
Well, we
o'clock
lost
in the morning?
we lost Allie. I'm sure she had somewhere that she needed to be.
Come on,
but,
Allie, get
we
back.
certainly have Killer because it's Tuesday and he's driving to Brigham City
No, Logan.
or Logan.
He's always going to Logan. He may be calling from Brigham City, but he's on his way to Logan. Right, Killer?
That's right.
So, Killer, can you describe what you do when you get to Logan?
What do I do when I get? I take a lot of product up and deliver it to body shops, and then I call on them and get orders for next week.
I see. And do they like seeing you? Do they greet you with a hearty, "Hey, Killer, how's it going?"
Absolutely.
Good. And
That's why you have that name, Bill.
yeah. Well, so Killer, if you're on the road all day, you got to eat something. What do you take your lunch with you, or do you stop somewhere?
No, I've got a couple of pet places I stop for lunch, little diners and grills that are trying to make a living, So I stop at places like that. I got 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah, like where? Give us an idea of where you stop.
Oh, geez, there's a place I knew he was going to ask that. There's a place in Collingston that I go to that's it is little. I mean little. But they have a killer hamburger, man. It's a good hamburger.
Killer hamburger in Collinston.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not even quite sure where. I've heard of Collinston, but it's up there somewhere near the Idaho border, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of little towns up there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are.
There really are.
Yeah.
And it'll be 10 degrees less hot as it is down here too, so it's just cooler up there.
Yeah, it's beautiful up in the Cache Valley. I kind of envy you going up there just once a week. Is that it?
Every Tuesday.
Yeah. So it'd be pleasant just to go to Cache Valley one day a week.
I think you should go with Killer.
No,
sometime.
not getting in a car with Killer. No, nope, not going to do it. You don't get into a car.
I think you'd be amazed.
How so, Killer?
I don't. What?
How so? How would I be amazed?
I drive like an old man,
Well, Killer, you are an old man.
Because I am an old man.
Yes, an old killer. That's well.
All right, Killer. Thanks.
Nice to talk to you, and always it's a good thing to know that you're out there on a Tuesday. See you later.
Yep, I'm here.
Thank you, Killer.
I had an exchange with somebody yesterday, and it doesn't matter what it's about, but part of the exchange was, well, you're going to have to get a ride. And
get a ride.
I realized I have not been in a car with anybody except just my immediate house family. And when it was suggested, well, you'll just have to get a ride, I am not just getting a ride with anybody. It's just an odd thing that you used to not think about that. But
you will be unable to drive yourself, apparently, so that's what that indicates to me. So I think you're going to have to get a ride.
But you know what I mean? Would you just get in a car with somebody?
No.
No. You
Well,
wouldn't.
I would if I had to have a ride and no one else was available. Yeah.
The virus doesn't care if no
I
one
would-
else is
I
available.
would- I think you would be pretty safe if you wore a mask and had the windows rolled down.
I mean, I probably would be, but it gave me pause. Like, wait, no, I get a ride? I'm not get in somebody else's car. I don't know if I can do that. It was just
let's,
an odd thing yesterday.
Let's quickly check in with Virgil before we
Hey, Virgil.
wrap things up here. Virgil.
Good morning, Lords of Radio. How are you today?
We're
Good
well,
morning.
thank you.
So we're dredging the bottom of the barrel. I had to call in because no one else would.
Virgil, are you in fact the literal bottom of the barrel?
According to Tooele, yes, I am.
Well, do you believe everything Tooele tells you?
I wouldn't.
I wouldn't.
I don't.
Tooele can be manipulative and
Yep.
and sometimes lies.
And
all right?
sometimes just dense.
Yeah.
Dan,
Just to
I
to
do
get
like
what they
that.
want. To get what they want, they'll belittle you, Virgil. Don't let that happen.
No.
Well, I'll try not to.
Okay.
Tooele is a trickster. Just remember
Yes.
that.
Yes. All right, Virgil, we got to
Good.
go.
Yeah.
Go, please go. Thank you for the call.
All right.
Oh no,
I could
please
just tell
go.
we were taking forever to get there, so I'll just put an end to it. Thank you, Virgil. Traffic, Gina.
Yeah, I don't know if Bill's got this coming up in the news, but we've got a situation unfolding 54 South, 52nd West in Kearns. It's an officer-involved shooting, and so that is affecting traffic.
Well, I guess I will now.
Yeah, all eastbound and westbound lanes, 54 South and 54th West, are closed. Yeah, so that's the only traffic I have. But
Where is it again?
it's in Kearns, 54 South, 5400 West. During the month of August, Scott Hale is offering a $39 AC tune-up. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
All right, so we will take a break. We will be back. Big boy news and opinioendo, full strength after these. Round one of your boners coming up, and Utah word of the day. BigOTires.com.
You know, Gina, speaking of getting in somebody else's car,
Yes.
one of the things you should do, wear a mask, keep the windows
Yes.
rolled down, and
Yes.
then say to them, have you taken this car to Big O Tires? Because if you haven't, I'm not riding with you.
Let's go right now, I would say.
Yeah. Big O Tires, you can save up to $150 right now on a set of 4 Big O brand tires through August 23rd. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Whenever the tires on my car, you know, you get a car and it comes with whatever standard tires are on it. When those wear out, I always replace them with Big O tires. But you can, you can use, or you can get any other brand, almost any other brand at Big O Tires. They've got Michelin, Cooper, Continental, BF Goodrich, all of that stuff. They do shock absorber work, alignments, brakes, all kinds of things at Big O Tires. Locally owned and operated, certainly one near you. Go to BigOTires.com for more.
I have a 7-year-old, so
Exactly.
who's starting competition soccer.
Say goodbye to the rest of your weekends
Well,
for the rest of your life.
That's what I'm saying. It all starts tomorrow. They have a tournament tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
They have a game at 11. No, they have a game at 2. They have a game at 7.
Mm-hmm.
Friday they have a game at 11, and we're going to be up at Snowbird. So somehow I have to get from Snowbird to. This is going to be. This is my life. Now.
I would suggest using your car. I think you would use your car.
Let me ask you a question. Was it his idea to play
Yes.
soccer?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Because that's when you need to have the talk with him and say, look, okay, I understand you want to play soccer,
Yeah.
but guess what? Mommy is saying goodbye to her weekends now because of this.
It's a huge commitment. It's expensive,
Here's what you do.
and it's a huge commitment.
I'm sure if you search around, you know how you have found a person to do almost everything for you. Rather than clean up the dog crap in your yard, you have found a person who will do that for you. Rather than deal with the lice problem yourself, you found the lice lady.
Yeah.
I'll bet you anything there is a person out there who will go to the soccer games for you.
But I like to go to.
Then
the soccer.
quit bitching about it.
No, I'm just saying it begins, and Carrie's absolutely right.
Yeah.
It is.
This isn't just you playing soccer here. You need to know this, kid. This is about me taking you, transporting you, and the
it's
other two,
and it starts small when they're 7, but pretty soon it's out of state tournaments.
Yeah.
Multiple times a year.
Mm-hmm.
It's a huge.
Which is really kind of ridiculous if you think about it.
Here's
Out
how-
of state tournaments,
Yeah.
really?
Yep.
For 7-year-olds. Yeah.
Exactly.
Here's how people catch the bird flu. By close contact with birds or bird droppings. Some people have caught bird flu by cleaning or pluck. Did you pluck any birds
I
while
didn't
you were on
pluck
vacation?
anything.
There was no plucking going on in the
No.
trailer? I guess it is kind of close quarters. The kids can hear.
There's no plucking in the trailer.
Mom, what are you doing?
I'm plucking a chicken.
Your dad and I are plucking a chicken.
Keep plucking that chicken. Is that what they said?
yeah,
Keep plucking
we're-
that chicken.
It is also possible that some people were infected after swimming or bathing in water contaminated with the droppings of infected birds, and some. Here it is. You've handled a fighting cock.
That's
That
it.
was it.
That's what.
That's
was
it.
You handled a
I
fighting
have
cock.
to admit, I've handled a fighting.
You had handled a fighting cock. There have been a few cases where one infected person, caught the bird flu virus from another person, but it never has happened. It does not happen by eating infected animals.
But I knew it was living amongst. It's not the mosquito bite, but
No.
it's living amongst them.
And it happens a lot in Egypt.
Our attorney,
does.
Ed Brass says sounds like your DNA dad is Marty Feldman because of your eye drooping and oozing.
Mm-hmm.
And then I've got another person who is saying, out-of-state tournaments. This is Gina's way of telling you that she'll be taking time off.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Not yet.
This is her way of telling us
This one
now.
is just here.
And then it'll get announced on a Thursday.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
know?
by the way, I'll be gone tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because
And then she'll say, I told you that this would happen.
because her husband can't possibly take the time off to go to the out-of-state tournament.
No,
But you can. Because this job isn't
he
as
has a real
important.
job.
Yeah, this isn't.
This isn't a real job.
No, not to you. It isn't. And certainly the way we treat
Why
you.
should it be?
No, we're going to create a rent-a-mom business. I think this is a great idea
Yeah.
here. I think we got it figured out. All right, let's get to some full strength big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by.
Salt Lake Downtown Farmers Market is now open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Pioneer Park, recognized as an essential grocery service and economic lifeline for local farmers and producers. Learn more at slcfarmersmarket.org.
You know why I loved Alf? 2 reasons. A, it was actually fairly funny. I mean, when you think about it, an alien that comes to Earth and from a planet named Melmac. Melmac is a kind of dinnerware, plates, and the planet's name is Melmac, and he always tries to eat the neighbor's cat. That's kind of funny. And you know, there was funny stuff in it. And then the other reason I loved it is that it was so just remarkably stupid. It was just so stupid. Hand puppet, interacting with human beings. It was just great. All right. Good times. Good times. All right. Speaking of good times and entertainment, and, you know, I like Harry Shearer a lot. He's a very bright man. He can be exceptionally funny. And he also, he's got this horse that is so high, he can't come down off of it.
Yep.
Does he always think he's the smartest man in the room?
Yeah, he pretty much, and he is.
He usually is. Yeah, that's the thing.
I mean, he's a genius. I think his career started, and you could look this up, Gina, and this is just now bubbling up in my mind. There used to be a show on the radio years ago called It Takes a Wise Child, or something like that, where they would bring on these little smarty pants kids and quiz them about stuff, you know. And it takes a wise child, I think. And he was a contestant or on this, and just cleaned up. Because he was incredibly smart, and everybody knew it, and he knows it. He is, of course, the voice of Dr. Hibbert and Mr. Burns and Ned Flanders on The Simpsons. Well, he's now spoken out about the show's decision to stop white actors playing or in this case voicing characters of color. And of course he does the voice of Dr. Hibbert, who is the African American doctor on the show. He also does the voice, I think, of which one of the what's the name of the cop? Not, or maybe he does the voice of Lenny. He does another black character on the show. I know. The long-running cartoon, Simpsons, confirmed in June under renewed pressure from the Black Lives Matter movement that it would no longer have white actors doing the non-white characters. Harry Shearer says that's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. Actors should be able to play outside their own experience, he said. I have a very simple belief about acting. The job of the actor is to play someone who they are not, said Shearer. That's my job. I play somebody I'm not. And I'm certainly not Dr. Hibbert, but I would play Dr. Hibbert. And he has a point. As I grew up, as an actor.
You're fired.
As I grew up as an actor, it was you do want to play somebody who is not yourself.
You're not a wizard.
Yeah. And
on the day.
But on the other hand, I don't know how to put it. Politically speaking, appearance speaking, it's just not feasible.
If it's a marginalized community, why white people get all the roles anyway?
Yeah,
I think
that's my question.
So,
why not hire somebody?
It's not the same thing as saying, "Well, I'm not a doctor, but I play one on TV. How we should only hire doc?" No, it's not the same. It's not the same thing.
But Harry Shearer is just—he's brilliant. He's talented, and that's his opinion. He plays Principal Skinner, Reverend Lovejoy. He plays Waylon Smithers.
He got his first job at 7 years old on the Jack Benny Show.
He's doing little character parts and stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure he was involved in this It Takes a Wise Child or something like that.
I don't see that, but...
as you mentioned earlier, officer-involved shooting in Kearns. Not a lot of details about that. Authorities confirmed this critical incident in Kearns this morning. About 5:10 this morning, 5400 South, 5400 West. Roads are still blocked in the area. I believe a suspect has been killed.
He pulled a gun on an officer, and the officer shot him.
But those are all the details right now. Kim Kardashian's good friend Jonathan Cheban. Last year, by the way, he changed his name last year to Food God. Says he was robbed at gunpoint over the weekend. The entrepreneur who frequently appears on Keeping Up with the Kardashians was with his mother and a friend in Englewood Cliffs, New Jersey, when the alleged incident took place. Apparently, the Food God was robbed of $250,000. In one item they got. So it was a watch. They stole his watch, which was worth $250,000. In a news release, the Englewood Cliffs Police Department confirmed receiving a 911 call to report the armed robbery. Nobody injured, but they made off with his Richard Mille watch. Utah had the deadliest week ever since the start of the coronavirus pandemic. The highest number of deaths for a 7-day period was reported on Sunday. And the second highest number of deaths occurred in the previous week when the deaths of 32 people were attributed to the virus. We're not doing great. We're not. Dr. Deborah Birx says 60% of the United States right now is seeing an uncontrollable spread of coronavirus. Consider that word uncontrollable. What she is saying is at this point, 60% of the states are powerless to do anything about it. It will just burn through the populations of those states until it's finished. And then move on, leaving lots of dead people behind.
Not even just lots of dead people. The segment of that population that keeps getting ignored is the people that get sick, don't die, but have problems that persist.
Complications
Debilitating problems.
for the rest of their lives.
The only 3 states that don't have an uncontrollable spread, according to statistics, are in the far northeast: Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont. Dr. Birx warned on Sunday that the U.S. had reached this new phase of the outbreak with infections extraordinarily widespread in rural areas as well as cities. Rural areas where there is social distancing because there just aren't very many people. But, you know, that's why you end up with somebody putting an obituary in the newspaper like this. I don't know how many people sent this to me. Many. David W. Nagy passed away on July 22nd, 2020, in the ICU at Christus Good Shepherd Hospital in Longview, Texas. He suffered greatly from the ravages of the COVID-19 virus and the separation from his much-loved family, who were not allowed at his bedside. Mr. Nagy was born November 7th, 1940, in Salt Lake City, Utah. He spent most of his life in California. He made his home in Northeast Texas many years ago after retiring, living in Jefferson, Texas for the last 3 years. Mr. Nagy leaves behind his inconsolable wife, Stacy, his 5 children, Heath, Stephanie, Heather, David, and Vicky, as well as numerous grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and friends. Family members believe David's death was needless. They blame his death and the deaths of all the other innocent people on Donald Trump, Abbott, and all the other politicians, that's Governor Abbott, and all the other politicians who did not take this pandemic seriously and were more concerned with their popularity and votes than lives. Also to blame are the many ignorant, self-centered, and selfish people who refuse to follow the advice of the medical professionals, believing that their right not to wear a mask was more important than killing innocent people. A statement issued by the family declared that Dave did everything he was supposed to do, but you did not. Shame on all of you, and may karma find you all. It's almost too perfect. I wonder, I didn't do any back research on it, but to see if somebody hadn't just composed it. And but I think it's, even if it turned out to be something that somebody just wrote.
Yeah, I think it's real.
Yeah, I think it probably is. But then somebody, of course, replied to that. So there was a tweet about it, tweeted that out. And I see here that, John Fugelsang tweeted it. And then somebody responded to Mr. Fugelsang's tweet of the obituary. Well, I seriously doubt that David did everything he could have done. He could have isolated himself almost completely from the outside world. I've encountered several people in Dallas who do that, and he could have lost weight. That was a risk factor.
Ass.
Jesus.
What an ass. Jeez.
Yep. Donald Trump, I don't know where to begin. He has declared that the U.S. is lower than the world. Lower than the world regarding coronavirus data, before suggesting that South Korea's figures were so low because they're faking their statistics. In a sit-down interview with Axios' Jonathan Swan on Monday, the president handed the reporter a series of charts and graphs to illustrate that America is lower than the world for COVID-19. A confused interviewer, Mr. Swan, clarified that he was talking about death as a proportion of population, not death as a proportion of cases. Well, that's where the U.S. is. You got some of that?
I got a bunch of it here. Yeah.
Numerous categories were lower than the world.
Lower than the world?
Lower than
What is that?
Europe.
In what?
Look.
In what?
Take a look. Right here. Here's case death.
Oh, you're doing death as a proportion of cases. I'm talking about death as a proportion of population. That's where the US is really bad.
Well,
Much worse than South Korea, Germany, etc.
you can't do that. You have
Why
to go.
can't I do that?
You have to go by. You have to go by where. Look, here is the United States. You have to go by the cases. The cases.
Why
are
not
there.
as a proportion of
when we have
population?
somebody. What it says is when you have somebody that
Yeah.
where there's a case.
Oh, okay.
The people that live
Sure.
from
Oh.
those cases.
It's surely a relevant statistic to say if the US has X population and X percentage of death of that population
No,
versus
because you
South
have to
Korea.
go by the cases.
Well, look at South Korea, for example. 51 million population, 300 deaths. It's like, it's
You-
crazy
you don't
compared to
know that.
I do. It's on
You
the-
don't know that.
John, you think they're faking their statistics, South Korea?
I
An
won't
advanced
get into
country?
that because I have a very good relationship
Yeah.
with the country. But you don't know that. And they have spikes. Look, here's
Germany
one.
low,
Here's
9,000?
one. Here's one right here. United States. You take
Anyway.
the number of cases.
Okay.
Now look, we're last. Meaning we're first.
Last, I don't know what
Forget
we're
the
first
best.
in.
Jeez, take a look.
Okay.
Again, it's
I just-
cases.
Okay.
And we have cases because
mean,
of the testing. Wait,
1,000 Americans are dying a day, but I understand on cases, it's different.
no, but you're not reporting it correctly, Jonathan.
I think I am, but
If you take a look at this other chart,
And he just keeps going with these
It's just
Shuffling them back and forth.
these dumbed down, colorful charts that they've given to him, and so he's handing them to this Axios reporter, and
I really want to sit down with our Republican representatives in our state. Except for Mitt Romney, he's the only one that has come out repeatedly and said that this is insane. I would like them all in a room and watch this interview and then look at them and go, really, this is still your guy. This is who you're going to follow him into battle. This guy.
Well, am I supposed to follow old Mr. Touchy-Feely Biden? Huh? Am I supposed to do that?
yeah,
Yes.
actually,
I don't think so.
If you'd like to get into a comparison of the two men, sure, let's do that.
I don't care for socialism. Maybe you do,
You
but I
have
don't care for
socialism.
socialism.
You
I
have
don't-
socialism right now.
Well,
Do you drive on the roads?
we don't have socialism like those socialist countries do.
Yeah, we
I don't
should
want
have
that.
it. We should.
You see, you're the reason that America is
Why
going
is
to
my
commit
insurance-
suicide.
why is
America
my-
is going to commit suicide because
Why
of
is my
people like
insurance tied to my job? Why is
I
that
listen-
a good thing?
Most people will say they prefer their private insurance.
Well, sure, I'm not saying we take it away. I'm just saying we need both.
And as to why Mitt Romney doesn't do it, he doesn't have to worry about votes.
Exactly.
Red onions. You got some in your house?
I
Throw
do.
them out. Throw them away right
Why?
now.
Oh,
Salmonella. Salmonella.
Don't eat 'em,
Salmonella in my
Carrie.
red
Yeah,
onions?
don't. And there are lots of them out there right now. Nearly 400 people in 34 states have fallen ill from a salmonella outbreak linked to red onions. The first cases were reported in mid-July, affecting 3 states, but then the list of states has increased from 34. 59 people have been hospitalized. These are red onions that were grown in Bakersfield, California by Thomas International. They also are recalling their red, yellow, white, sweet onions, all of them.
Yeah, no onions.
So
Just
if
all of them onions?
I mean, you to be safe, if you could look at the package, you know, if you buy onions in a bag already that are already bagged and they have the name of the company where they're grown on them, if it says Thompson International, Bakersfield, California, throw them away. But if it says some other company, you're probably okay. But and
Joe
then,
bought shallots yesterday. He said, "Can I buy shallots? They're mostly onions. Can I buy them?" And I said, "Yeah, you can probably."
I think it's
buy
nice that he had to explain to you what a shallot is.
I said, don't, he was going to the store. I said, "Don't get onions." He's like, "How about shallots? Can I get shallots?"
So there's a video that probably everybody in America has seen today, and it is Olympic swimmer Katie Ledecky.
You're taking my sports.
Swimming the length of a swimming pool with a glass of chocolate milk on her head without spilling it, and I have to ask myself, isn't that an inefficient way to get a glass of chocolate milk from one side of the pool to the other? You don't need to do that, Katie. You could have just taken it, walked it over there. There's no point in swimming with chocolate milk on your head. 0 point in doing it.
You know Katie Ledecky, Bill.
No, I don't.
She's a Utah.
Ah, I didn't know that. And finally, one final story here. Finally, one final story here at the end of the finally. Airplane food. So there are lots
What's
of...
up with that?
There are lots of airlines that aren't flying anymore. Or, I mean, not flying as much. They're not flying as many passengers. Well, there are companies that make the food that they sell on these flights. And they're having a tough time. So now they're starting to sell it to the public. So you can buy airline meals from these various companies, some quite inexpensively in some cases. I'm going to see if I can figure out a way to do it. They're especially in Europe and in the Middle East, the airlines there, they're all getting on board, and they're these companies that supply these meals with the tin foil over them that you end up putting in a steamer oven for 20 minutes to heat them up or whatever. We've all had them, and we've all loathed them, but they might be fun to eat, in your house. And some of them are as little as $3 a meal. So I'm gonna see if I can find out how to get some.
What is that?
That from upstairs. Sue
What?
throwing away our red onion that we have.
Yep.
Yeah, we threw one away yesterday.
All right. Sports weather traffic.
Yeah, the Jazz, they looked okay, but not okay enough. They lost to the Lakers 116-108. They play the Memphis Grizzlies. That is that's tomorrow. 12:30 tomorrow will be the next time they play. Weather, it's still hot, but not quite as hot as yesterday. We won't make it all the way to 100. 96 for a high today. If you miss 100, we'll probably have that back tomorrow. So,
good.
And I'm looking all the way to Saturday. We're just in the mid to upper 90s with no break in sight, which means the air is really crappy. Go to x96.com, look at the You Care rotating banner. There's some great ideas there on what you can do to help with Utah's air. We were telling you earlier about that officer-involved shooting, 54 South, 54th West in Kearns. Both eastbound and westbound directions are closed between 5600 and 5200 West due to that officer-involved shooting. Traffic is going to be rerouted in that area probably for several hours. Crash southbound I-15 just south of SR-92 Junction in Lehigh. Milepost 283 is where that is. And if you see something, you can always text it to us, 33986. Cash for Clunkers is back at National. They've been allocated funds to give you additional $3,500 in trade-in value on your current vehicle, no matter its condition. National in Murray, Sandy, and American Fork.
All right. Thank you very much. We will take a break. We will be back with Utah Word of the Day. Round one of your boners coming up as well. Stand by for all of that. Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air. As you just heard, boy, you're going to need your air conditioning, all right?
Yeah, and Scott Hale will send a technician over. Now, first of all, if you call the Scott Hale while it's hotter than hail out there at 801-264-HALE, they can do a lot of diagnostics just on the phone. It's like telehealth for your air conditioning system.
But when they come to your house, they wear the masks and they sanitize everything. You can feel comfortable with that.
Very good about that. Let's just say maybe you should get a tune-up of your air conditioning. Well, Scott Hale will do that for $39 right now. Also, Scott Hale has $500 off a new furnace and air conditioning unit. And if you need repairs, $150 off a $350 repair. And that includes drain repairs, air conditioning, plumbing, furnace, whatever you need. So, for a very reputable profession in the business, call Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air, 801-264-HALE. That's 264-HALE, or go to scotthale.com.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! In this episode, we find our elders rendezvousing with Zone Leader Hansen on some distant planet in the BFE sector. Hey, Butch, what you got there?
Oh, it's a care package from my folks. You know, my mom means well, but she just doesn't understand the physics involved in sending stuff from home.
Well, what you mean?
Well, the cookies she sent are fine. They're hard as a rock, just the way I remember them. It's the lime jello with shredded carrots in it that causes problems. You know, even in Tupperware, this stuff goes bad after a week in hyperspace. Missionaries who have eaten this stuff have been known to develop a form of space madness.
Wow. Oh, look, here comes Zone Leader Hansen right now.
I have discovered the most incredible object. It allows us to view any period in the history of any planet. We can research early church history. This discovery will allow me to get reassigned back to Earth and leave you two losers far behind.
Great. Glad to hear it. What's that have to do with us?
Since you weren't having much luck in the field, I figured that you wouldn't mind watching my discovery while I go back to Starbase 182 and file my report. Hey, are you eating while I'm talking to you? Give me that.
Sorry.
Say, green jello with carrot shavings. I haven't had this since I left home.
But sir, I think you ought to know that...
Quiet, Lehigh. He's eating.
Shut up, the both of you, right now. This jello tastes funny.
He's gone mad. He's got space madness. We better go after him.
Okay. Hey, what's that thing right there?
You mean that natural arch that seems to be showing the History Channel?
Yeah, that thing. What is it?
I believe that who is it would be a more appropriate question.
Is that you that said that, Butch?
No. It must have been the natural arch over there. Okay, I'll play. Who are you, and what have you done with Zone Leader Hansen?
I am the guardian of forever. Hansen has entered through me into your world's past.
Entered through you?
Well, I guess we can get back to tracking now, huh, Lehigh?
No, we most certainly can't.
Huh?
We need to get Zone Leader Hansen back and cure his jello-induced space madness.
Come on now, Lehigh. He was a little weird before my mom's jello. Are we sure he's sick?
Where in our world's history is Hansen now, Guardian?
He was asking questions about Mormon history, and about lime jello in particular. He entered as I was showing him the Relief Society meeting, where sisters first began to experiment with lime jello.
Well, if he disturbs that meeting, the timeline of church history could be permanently changed. Let's go, Butch. Will Zone Leader Hansen change church history? Can Butch and Lehigh get him to go before he does? Will the Relief Society let Hansen anywhere near their test kitchen? Tune in next time to hear Relief Society President Mulestein say...
I'm at a loss, sisters. We've tried shredded beets, cauliflower, radishes, eggplant, zucchini, and rutabaga. Nothing seems to go with this new lime jello stuff.
Excuse me, sister. I think we can help.
I don't think we should go against the Prime Directive, Bush.
How did you get in here? One wrong move and you'll see the business end of my skillet. Just like the last kid who wandered in here and tried to tell us how to conduct our business.
Other kid? Oh, hey, it's Zone Leader Hansen. She's knocked him out cold.
Nice going, ma'am. Wish I'd have been here to see it. Tell you what, we'll get him out of your way and you can go back to doing what you were doing. Oh, yeah, and you might want to try shredded carrots.
I warned you about meddling.
She's got a skillet. Run for it. Run. Ah! On the next liposuctioning episode of Space Elders.
All right, 7:04 right now, and we are broadcasting live from our homes.
Hello.
You can see us at x96.com/live.
If you got the stomach for it.
Yeah, and
But I'm not showing my foot right now.
I can't wait
well,
to do that story.
We'll get into that. Your
We'll get
lancing
into it.
of your whatever. If you go to x96.com/live, you can see the poster number 2 in my selection of posters from my childhood bedroom. This one from 1977. This was the original Darth Vader poster, and as you can see, if you look closely up at the top, it has been autographed by a guy in a Darth Vader costume when I stood in line at Sears for hours to get the autograph.
Does it say Darth Vader?
Yes.
Yeah. He didn't like autograph it. Ted Johnson.
Wearing the Vader costume.
You stood in line at Sears to get Darth Vader's autograph.
Yeah.
Well, and to get a pair of
cute.
Toughskins.
Yeah, that too. My Husky boys. The Sears was pretty cool about doing stuff like that. The Sears in Provo, they would do that all the time. As I recall, the costume was close to impressive.
Like
now,
when
really,
you were further back in line, it was impressive, but the closer you got, it was
as you got close up and you handed the poster to Lord Vader, and you didn't hear his breathing apparatus going. So, but that was okay. It was just is that duct tape? Is that okay? All right.
Now, really, honestly, where did you look at him when you got up close and go, "Oh, this is kind of dumb. Why am I doing this?" Or
well, I realized it's a guy in a costume. Of course, I knew it was a guy in a costume.
Yeah,
but who am I thinking that they're going to bring in the guy who wore the costume in the movie? It'd be silly to think that. But it was. We didn't have much then, so that was.
I think I would, if it had been me, I would have said thank you. And by the way, Mr. Jones, you were wonderful in that championship season.
All right. Let's see. We've got round one of your boners coming up. Stand by for that. We also have 3-Bit Gamer coming up, Jonathan Deasing. And let's see. Do we have any? Oh, yes. We have our COVID-19 updates from the state of Utah at 7:45 to let you know.
Do we know who we have on for that, Katie? Is it Nate? Or?
To warm the cockles of your heart.
Yeah, something.
Yeah, it'll be Nate again.
It'll be Nate again? Okay.
Nate's the only one who's brave enough to do it now.
We used to have a rotating cast, and now it's just...
They all dropped out. Nate'll take, Nate's I like Nate. He'll take tough questions. And,
All right. Is this a sponsored feature, Gina?
Yes, that's why we're doing it. Because Rand Life is paying for it. Rand Life, your local mortgage experts, their knowledgeable team can find you the lowest fetch-in rates available and have you closed in an easy, streamlined e-close experience. RandLife.com.
It's often said that the people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day. And today's word is...
Well, it's 3 words, actually, today. Melk, M-E-L-K, and Mear, M-E-A-R, and Pellow, P-E-L-L-O-W. Melk, Mear, and Pellow. These are 3 classic Utah words from the Utah Word of the Day Hall of Fame. LeVar and LeGrand are pleased to present these words as part of a special Utah Word of the Day feature we call Classic Utah Words from the Utah Word of the Day Hall of Fame. And now, here they are to present for your edification, LeVar and LeGrand, a couple of Utah classics themselves, with today's lesson, Melk, Mear, and Pellow. Boys?
Well, say there, LeGrand. You want to go somewhere for lunch? I was thinking we'd go to Lucky 13 and split a Big Benny.
Split it? Why split it? I want my own hamburger.
Well, have you seen or tried to eat the Big Benny?
No.
It's 28 ounces of meat. With bacon, ham, cheddar, Swiss, caramelized onions. The Big Benny is a foot tall, my friend.
Oh, yeah, that is a bit much for right now.
especially since I'm trying to drop a few pounds. I'm getting pretty plump, and I think I know why, too.
Well, I didn't want to say nothing about it, but you have become rather stout. I've known you a long time, and you've never had trouble with your weight before. You okay? I mean, you're not sick or nothing, are you?
No, I'm not sick. But I have become a slave to a substance that makes a person gain some poundage. If you are not careful with it, and that substance to which I refer is milk.
Milk? Milk? What the?
Chocolate milk, to be most accurate.
Huh.
I've been drinking gallons and gallons of chocolate milk, and I don't know how it happened. I mean, I just had one of them little pints or whatever, chocolate moo cow milk, and it was so good. And so I thought, well, I'll buy a case down to the Sam's Club. And I kept it in the garage, and then I'd go out there every day and have one, sometimes maybe two, of them little chocolate milks. And then when the case was gone, I went to Sam's Club and I bought myself another, and then another, and another.
You have become an addict.
I was a chocolate milk addict, LeVar. And I didn't know how bad it was until one time I was walking past this big old full-length mirror we got in the house, and I stopped and I looked in the mirror and I says, "Who are you and how did you get into my house?" And then I realized
that it was you. You was the man in the mirror.
Right. I was the fat man in the mirror. I couldn't believe it. How gross I had become. Well, I was so devastated, so sick at the sight of my fat self that I just went into my room and went to bed. And I cried, too, LeVar. I just buried my face in my pillow, and I cried.
Oh, LeGrand, that is so sad. My tubby buddy and his tear-stained pillow. Well, that being said, what's for lunch?
Well, Lucky 13's okay. I'll just go light. I'll just get the basket of fries and some deep-fried pickle spears.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
I'm pretty sure that that's one that will go into the archives.
Well, it's the Hall of Fame.
They'll put it in the archives because once you put something in the archives, no one ever hears it again.
That's the key.
Yeah.
Okay, now I know the secret.
Archive that.
Now I know the secret. Let's have everything archived.
I know some people I'd like archived.
Deep six it. Yeah, that was... I don't know.
You all right?
I don't know if we...
You do it for Todd.
I'll say this. That did make me want chocolate milk.
So we've had 2 chocolate milk references this morning already.
Yeah. I know.
And it's because chocolate milk came up, maybe not on the show, but it came up in my life it was on Sunday. I was talking to Cindy Mitchell, our longtime friend of the program, and she was saying one of her downfalls with weight gain had been chocolate milk. She's a school librarian, and she says, if I don't take my lunch to, I don't think she'd mind me saying this. She said, if I don't take my lunch to school, in the past, if I didn't take my lunch to school, I would end up drinking one of those chocolate milks because they're free or something at the school and getting fast food. Chocolate milk and fast food. And she said, and I thought chocolate milk. I really don't understand the appeal of chocolate milk.
I like a nice ice cold chocolate milk.
It's not like a drink though. It's more like a treat.
It's a dessert. It really should be a dessert.
They pushed it for so long as a way to get kids to drink milk, which now the thinking is maybe you don't even need to push kids to drink milk. If they don't want to drink milk, they don't need to drink milk. But
well, we don't need as much milk as we've been taking in, apparently.
But the chocolate milk is just, I like, it tastes good, but I certainly would never go out of my way to get it. But I know some people are just addicted to it.
Yeah. Here's a text. Bring back Utonics. Utah Word of the Day is the most painful thing I do every Tuesday. It's the same thing.
It's the exact same bit.
It's the same bit.
How is it?
It may have a different coat of paint on it, but it's the same bit.
Was there, now Utonics, do they mean Spencer Jensen?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's just some feeble old guy telling you the same thing.
Professor Spencer Jensen.
Yeah, it was the same bit, just a different character. So, you know. Growing up, it was always mixing Nestle's Quick or Hershey's syrup and the chocolate milk, but not the chocolate milk in the carton already. Oh, no, see, the chocolate milk in the carton was a luxury where I came from.
Yeah.
It was, you get it in the carton. Oh, well.
Oh.
I have to mix it up at home.
And then I never knew anybody really who liked Strawberry Quick or
did.
strawberry milk.
I did.
Well, what I didn't know you back then.
There was one that we had access to just briefly here, caramel milk.
Ooh, I never saw that. That sounds delicious.
Yeah, it does.
It was in those little paper packages. The one with the cow jumping, the alleged close to organic type milk.
Moo cow.
And it was just the little containers, and I'd only seen it on shelves a few times. And Sue saw it, and she said, "Oh, we got to get the caramel milk. I love the caramel milk," and I'd never had it before.
That'd be good in coffee.
Oh, delicious! But I can't find it on the shelves anymore.
One other before we go to break: banana milk. Did you ever see that?
I loved banana milk.
Yeah, it's good. I liked it.
It's just like Strawberry Quick, except it's banana. They had that briefly for a while. All right, traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, we still have that incident due to the officer-involved shooting. Both eastbound and westbound directions closed, 5600 and 5200 west. Traffic is being rerouted through there and probably will for several hours. 20th West, 1800 north. This is an incident in Clinton. And we have one in Far West, 20th West, 3300 north. And a crash southbound I-15 just south of SR 92 in Lehigh. It's the right shoulder that's being affected there. Sanilast offers FDA-certified hand sanitizers that disinfect as well or better than most sanitizers on the market and continues to kill bacteria and viruses on contact for up to 24 hours. Sanilast.com.
All right.
Boner's round one coming up. Here are the candidates you will be considering. Boner candidate number 1. The Aryan Nation will rule all. Number 2, Party Boat, wahoo. And number 3, this is not part of the Hungry Howie's Pizza business plan.
Round one of your boners and big boy news coming up after these. Okay, we got to tell you about Hoops Vision Correction.
Back to school, well, that's
Kinda.
tough. That's tough this year. But here's one thing that you could do for back to school that would be easy. Get a hold of Hoops Vision and get your free, no obligation appointment. And then if you're qualified, and most people are these days, get the LASIK procedure and get rid of your glasses and your contact lenses so that when you are going back to school, you are ready with great 20/20 or better vision. And call Hoops Vision at 877-30-LASIK and say, I want that, take that 20/20 vision special. They will hook you up with a special price for the LASIK procedure, 877-30-LASIK. They don't pressure you, by the way. There's no obligation, no pressure. You can just talk to them about it, get this appointment taken care of. I think you'll be very convinced, though, that it's a good thing. For more information, go to hoopsvision.com.
All right, so we're downtown now. We're Broadway Media.
Yeah.
Because our building is on Broadway.
Yeah.
Third South.
Third South. Now, the mayor has taken an awful lot of time and money to build very special bicycle lanes.
Yeah.
Here on Third South.
Dedicated.
They're very nice.
Dedicated. So I'm walking down Broadway yesterday, and here comes a bike rider toward me on the sidewalk.
Jerk.
On the sidewalk.
He's on the sidewalk, riding his bike down the sidewalk, coming towards me.
Wienermobile! Sorry. For some reason, the Wienermobile's outside. I'm sorry.
I knew she'd do that. I ignored it.
You ignored the Wienermobile?
I did.
You know, you can acknowledge in your head the Wienermobile when someone's in the middle of telling a story.
I'm sorry.
You know.
It's on Third South, Broadway, where your story takes place.
So the bike's coming toward you.
Bike's coming toward me on the sidewalk.
Tell the story to me and shut up on Mike.
Yeah. And so and this is exactly how I did it. I wasn't a jerk about it. I wasn't, hey! I never did that.
Mm-hmm.
I went like this. Bike lane. You could use the bike lane. Said it exactly like that.
Mm-hmm.
And as the guy zipped past me, he yells, F off.
Hug off.
I mean, why? I would think you would prefer to use the bike lane.
Sure.
Why would it be more attractive to drive down the sidewalk than
sort of
the bike lane?
What could you tell? What sort of
it was
biker and
well, he was casual, I think.
Was
because
it a hipster or was it
was
a guy?
Kind of a hipster.
Or was it a DUI guy?
It was a mountain bike, younger guy, no helmet.
Not a DUI guy.
No. But then a minute later, so I just kept walking. A minute later, he scoots right up next to me.
Were you nervous?
And I'm like, huh? I didn't know what to think.
Mm-hmm.
He said, dude, I listen every morning. That was an awesome interaction.
He turned around and came back.
He realized who it was that he had just told to hug off. Yeah.
And I went, okay. I just, the mayor spent an awful lot of time and money on that bike lane. I just thought you might want to use it, is all.
Mm-hmm.
Did he explain why?
He rambled about how he's a passenger, he's a rider, he's a pedestrian, he just goes wherever, some sort of crazy.
Oh, he's like...
It didn't make any sense, and I just kept walking. So.
But he turned around and
came back.
Did he apologize?
Did not apologize. I think that was his way of apologizing.
Saying I listen to your show.
Saying I listen to your show every morning after I tell you to F off.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I think I might have said, that doesn't make it okay.
I didn't care to interact anymore. Once he started going on about how he's a pedestrian and a passenger and all that.
Doesn't make any sense.
I went, okay, I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk. $7:23. It is time for round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it's not boner of the day yet. Round 2 happens at 8:20 with 3 different candidates. We get a winner there as well. We take the winner of each round and put them both against each other. At 9:20 this morning is when you'll decide boner of the day with boner fight. Right now, you got to pick your champion for round 1. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. And one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
We still got some of them boner T-shirts lying around. Oh, look, Katie's showing you right there.
There's
X96 Live. Yep, there's one. X96.com/live.
All right, here we go. This is boner candidate number 1. The Aryan nation will rule all. A self-declared white supremacist has been filmed slapping a female bartender in the face in sickening footage taken at a Florida restaurant. The man, identified as Nicholas Arnold Schock, lashed out after declaring, quote, the Aryan nation will rule all, and telling people to call Trump as they try to restrain him. Schock has been charged with 1 count of battery and 1 count of disturbing the peace. The clip was shared online and is understood to have been taken at Pop's Sunset Grill in Nokomis on Friday. A witness told police Schock claimed to have killed N-words and threatened to kill everybody in the establishment. He also had a big swastika, among other tattoos, on his chest. Boner candidate number 1, the Aryan nation will rule all. Call Trump, he'll tell you. Call him.
The video is rather disturbing.
Yeah. Here's boner candidate number 2. Party boat, wahoo! The Liberty Belle, a riverboat with 4 bars, 3 outdoor decks, and space for 600 guests, has been touted by its operators as a favorite venue of New Yorkers who hold parties, fundraisers, and other trendy events on the water. But now, it's become yet another symbol of reckless socializing during the pandemic. What?
We're losing you a little bit.
The boat was used on Saturday to host a party with more than 170 guests, violating state and local social distancing rules, according to the New York Sheriff's Office. Even though the outbreak is mostly under control in New York, and state officials are expressing growing alarm about the dangers posed by social gatherings where people violated the public health rules imposed to slow the transmission of the coronavirus. But events with a high drink or ticket price like this, though, have drawn harsh criticism as examples of careless behavior from the wealthy, who have largely escaped the worst of the outbreak as the virus has ravaged poorer communities. So this isn't just a bunch of yahoos, out at the mud bog or out at the beach, shoulder to shoulder
who think
drinking.
They're above the restrictions. It doesn't apply.
There are
to them.
morons, and there are morons in every social class, and this is another example. Boner candidate number 2, party boat, wahoo! Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. This is not part of the Hungry Howie's business plan.
We got boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
Get rewarded every time you use your Visa Rewards credit card from Cyprus Credit Union. For a limited time, receive triple points on all restaurant purchases and double points on gas and groceries. Visit cypruscu.com or visit a branch today.
Jason Isaacs, fine actor. He's on Star Trek Discovery, or was on Star Trek Discovery as Captain, what was his name?
Lorca.
Yeah, Lorca. He's also probably very well known to people as being somebody in Harry Potter, as all British actors.
Malfoy.
Malfoy Draco? Or Draco Malfoy?
No, Lucius Malfoy.
Lucius Malfoy.
He is the father.
Lucius Malfoy.
Lucius Malfoy.
Who's Draco?
That's Tom Felton.
Yeah. Are we going? Is our internet screwing up again?
You're bad.
You're running
even
out
earlier
behind.
even earlier today than it was yesterday. Okay, good to know.
Yep.
Anyway, so people know him as that. I know him as Captain Hook. Really pretty good adaptation of the Peter Pan. Is it just called Pan? Katie, is that the one? Yeah, he's a really, really good Captain Hook. Evil, not a comedy Captain Hook at all, a really bad guy. At any rate, he is 57 years old, and he said at his lowest point, he would not have cared if everyone he loved died. Just wouldn't have cared, because that would have given him an excuse to stay in a room all by himself and take drugs. He said, I've always had an addictive personality, and by the age of 16, I'd already passed through drink, and I had started on a decades-long love affair with drugs. Every action was filtered through a burning need for being as far from a conscious thinking person as possible. Isaac says, I remember there being a moment not long before I got clean when it suddenly occurred to me that if everybody I knew died, well, that'd be really sad, but I could just stay in a room all by myself and do drugs and feel bad about it. I remember, and I've expressed it before, feeling the same way about cigarettes. I finally, it's been many years since I smoked, but it's so addictive that I maintain that if the doctor told me I had 6 weeks to live, I'd say, oh, that's horrible, but at least I can smoke again. I can spend the last 6 weeks of my life having a cigarette. UB40 singer Duncan Campbell ran, wine. Had a stroke.
Oh, really?
Yeah, had a stroke. He's 62. He's been hospitalized because of a stroke. No word on his condition.
Not COVID related, because strokes these days are often COVID related.
Donald Trump.
That's true.
Yeah, that's it, Gina. Try to make everything about the pandemic. Everything about it doesn't.
I don't have to try.
Well, for one, I'm just trying to ignore it. I get tired of you pointing it out. I'm trying to ignore the fact that there's a pandemic. Donald Trump, of course, pushing to reopen schools. New York City teachers took to the streets in Lower Manhattan on Monday to protest Mayor Bill de Blasio's plan to reopen schools in over a month's time. Around 200 educators got creative, and they brought along a host of visual aids, including homemade coffins, skeletons, and guillotines to make their point that they don't feel schools are safe to go back to yet. In Israel, they seem to get a handle on the virus, on the pandemic. And so they reopened their schools in May. Did not go well. Confident that it had beaten the coronavirus and desperate to reboot a devastated economy, the Israeli government invited the entire student body back in late May. Within days, infections were reported at a Jerusalem high school, which quickly mushroomed into the largest outbreak in a single school in Israel, possibly the world. The virus rippled out to the students' homes and then to other schools and neighborhoods, ultimately affecting hundreds of students, teachers, and relatives. So, in other words, so they opened the school. They had a handle on the virus. It was flat. Mm-hmm. Kids go to the school. Outbreak. All of a sudden, the pandemic is raging through the community again. Listen.
Seems pretty clear.
Anybody out there listening to that in the position? The Salt Lake
Listen,
City
Bill,
School
the kids are bored. The kids are bored. We need to get them, and I'm tired of the kids being home. So let's get them back into the school. And that's all the thought. Yeah.
57 child care facilities in Utah have reported coronavirus cases so far, but state data shows responses to the disease have varied greatly from one center to the other. Some of the care centers reopened after a day or two. Others shut down for weeks, and nearly a dozen didn't close at all. The state has required...
Is there not a statewide requirement for how to handle this?
The state has required child care. It's right here in the next paragraph. The state has required child care providers to disclose any cases of COVID-19 to officials and parents, but largely leaves the rest up to them. So no. The answer to your question is no. In deciding whether to close and for how long, providers have to weigh health risks against the child care needs of the families they serve, and a handful told the Salt Lake Tribune they wish they'd gotten more direction from officials. Suzanne Lonelli of Root for Kids in southern Utah said she would have preferred a government mandate to close her facility after 5 staff members tested positive for the virus. Instead, the nonprofit voluntarily shut down its child care center for 2 weeks. Nobody wants to be the bad guy and make that decision to close. I mean, and the reason she's saying, now it's a nonprofit, so it's not that a money-making thing for them, but it puts parents in the lurch, certainly.
And there are, just to go back to what Carrie was saying about the kids are bored and need to go back to school, I think we need to take a moment and acknowledge that there are families that have two working parents and they have little kids that can't be home alone, and they are in a bind. I don't know what you do luckily my kids are old enough I can leave them alone. I don't know what you do if both parents have to work or essential workers and you have little kids. I don't know what you do.
You give them a hammer and then lock the doors. Lori Vallow's best friend labeled her misleading and manipulative during the first court hearing for the cult mom's doomsday preacher husband on Monday. Chad Daybell faces charges over the deaths of Lori's children. The testimony, did you listen to any of it, Gina?
I didn't.
The testimony came during
I was dealing with my own issues yesterday.
The testimony came during a preliminary hearing where a judge will decide whether there's enough evidence to hold Chad Daybell for trial. Both Daybell and Lori Vallow have been charged with concealing evidence by hiding or disposing of the children's bodies. And then I guess we should probably wrap it up here.
Yes.
Finally, this story really quickly. The U.S. Department of Agriculture's Food Safety and Inspection Service is issuing a public health alert for ready-to-eat beef and chicken taquitos and chimichanga products containing...
Wait, what? Yeah, I heard taquitos. I'm listening now.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Taquitos and chimichanga products containing Food and Drug Administration regulated dice green chilies that have been recalled by the producer, Sun Valley Foods, due to concerns that the products may be contaminated with extraneous materials, specifically hard plastic.
Oh, my hell.
There may be bits of hard plastic in your chimichangas, your taquitos, and your beef and chicken taquitos. So now the only thing wrong with this is this recall should have happened when these products first came on the market. The FDA and the Food and Agriculture should have looked at them and said, no, you can't market these, and taken them off the market immediately. No, but they're...
You saying I can't have taquitos? Why can't I have taquitos?
You can. Make your own damn taquitos. Don't get the frozen ones. They're not good for you.
All right. Weather, traffic.
Brought to you by Feldman's Deli, Utah's only authentic Jewish deli, now offering takeout and curbside service. For more information, go to feldmansdeli.com, 801-906-0369. Not quite as hot today as it has been. Highs only around 95, which sounds kind of weird to say. If you miss 100, though, we'll be back up to that by tomorrow, and icy 90s, mid to upper 90s, all the way through Saturday this week. Traffic, we've got a crash westbound I-80 near Lambs Canyon. A camper and a car on the right shoulder, slightly slowing traffic as the cars move to the left. Police are now allowing one lane each direction to proceed through the Kearns area where that earlier officer-involved shooting was. This is between 5600 and 52nd West. Both eastbound and westbound directions are being affected, and I would still avoid that area if you can, but if you absolutely have to get through there, they do have one lane open for you. Are you not entertained? Haster Games has a huge inventory of great board games, Magic, and more. Haster Games, 6831 South State, and HasterGames.com. Call ahead for curbside service.
Here's boner candidate number 3. This is not part of the Hungry Howie's pizza business plan. Stephen Lee Donovan, 22-year-old pizza delivery man, allegedly pleasuring himself Tuesday night while seated behind the wheel, this is last Tuesday, of his Honda Civic outside of a Circle K in Fruitland Park, Florida. All of those words are wonderful, aren't they? Fruitland Park, Circle K. While Donovan was, fiddling with himself, a woman whose car was parked next to the Honda that he was in noticed the vehicle's sole inhabitant had his little friend in his hand and was, unfortunately for Mr. Donovan, the witness was an off-duty cop.
Oops.
From a neighboring city, and she copied down the Honda's license plate number and then provided it to police dispatchers. Well, the Fruitland Police Department reported that a review of surveillance footage captured the suspect, who wore a black mask, pulling down his pants and doing that. They tracked the vehicle to a residence where they found Mr. Donovan, who works for a Hungry Howie's pizza franchise, and they found Maxine Monroe, his 20-year-old girlfriend, in the car. And Mr. Donovan said, "Oh yeah, I was doing that. I didn't know you couldn't do that in your own car. And then I had to go deliver a pizza." He's been fired because that is not part of the Hungry Howie's pizza business plan.
All right, let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, the Aryan Nation will rule all. A white supremacist with a swastika tattoo on his chest, slapping a female bartender in the face, yelling, "Aryan nations will rule it all," or the Aryan Nation will. And call Trump if you don't believe me. Call Trump, he says. Boner candidate number 2, party boat, wahoo, an illicit party boat. These are pretty well-heeled people. This was not a cheap party. Cruising around New York City, 170 people. No mass, just socializing on the boat. And Boner candidate number 3, this is not part of the Hungry Howie's pizza business plan.
Okay, here you go. This is round 1 of your boners. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be the winner of round 1. Not necessarily boner of the day yet, because round 2 is coming up at 8:20 with 3 different candidates. We'll get a winner there as well. We'll take both of these winners of each round and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide boner of the day with Boner Fight. Right now, pick a champion for round 1, 2, send forward. Here we go. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, 1, 2, or 3. Text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner August 4, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. You should be able to find it and then vote online at x96.com. You have until the end of these messages to do so. Let's go. UtahAdvocates.com, 24/7. You can talk to a real-life attorney, not a gatekeeper or secretary, but an attorney.
Absolutely, and it's really important if you've been involved in some kind of an accident and you're pretty sure that it's not your fault, you should not let the insurance companies have their way with you. They will try to do everything they can to pay you as little money as possible and not get you the care you need. So call the advocates. They offer virtual consultations so that everything can be handled over the phone and online. You don't have to stress. Just let them deal with the insurance companies so you can heal and get better. All you have to do is call 801-355-5550, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You will be on the line immediately with an attorney any time of the day or night. They don't charge you anything for this service. The advocates don't charge you anything unless they get you a settlement. 801-355-5550 or chat online, UtahAdvocates.com.
The music starts when Radio from...
There, you've reached the offices of Carrie and me, Bill, the Radio from Hell guys. And if you have anything to say to us, we're not picking up, so wait for the beep.
I punch in the code.
We should change that message.
Yeah, tell it what we want to do. It'll rewind and play back our messages.
Called me.
All right, let's see.
Oh, there's one.
Hello, Bill. It's me, your mother.
My mom.
Now,
Hi, Mom.
you know that I don't mind you staying here at the house with me and your father,
Thanks,
but
Mom.
you've got to stop hiding the cat.
What?
Bill, if you're there, you'd better pick up. Bill?
Are you hiding?
Where did you put that damn cat? You little bastard, where did you hide my cat?
Would you give her back her cat?
Carrie, this is Bill. And because you refuse to talk with any of your family or friends about this, they've asked me to be their spokesman.
Well,
and because you won't talk to me about it face to face, I'll do it here on the answer.
Why?
I forgot
Carrie, please, don't have the surgery.
Oh, come on.
Think about it. We're not talking about something that's temporary. This is major surgery.
Don't do
Once you
it.
have this done, you can't go back to the way you were.
This is
It's forever.
nobody's business
Please,
but mine.
If you
all
won't
right?
listen to us, please talk
talk to your therapist about it.
I already
Don't
have.
have the surgery.
Would you just
Bye.
look? This is
I'm
none of
sorry
you guys.
that was on the air, but
None of you guys' business.
Hello?
hey, it's my dad.
Bill? It's me,
That's Warren.
Warren.
Yes,
I'm your father.
father. Yeah.
Now, I know I don't talk very much, but I'd like to say that I'm really grateful that you've done something with your mother's
Cat.
I really don't care for that
Cat. He doesn't like the
It's
cat.
always trying to sleep on my face and suck my breath out.
That's true, actually.
I wonder what he's eating there. Jeez.
Hello, this is Dr. Stevenson's office calling for Carrie Jackson.
Oh.
Mr. Jackson, I called to tell you that OR has been scheduled for your surgery.
Oh, good.
The operation will be January 23rd. That's a Monday.
Hey, come on,
Report to
Carrie.
hospital check-in at 12 noon.
12 noon.
Surgery is scheduled for 2:30 in the afternoon.
Okay.
Your
What a
estimated
dope.
hospital recovery time will be about a week,
You're a
depending on
dope.
how fast you
Hey,
heal.
shut up,
If you have
all
any
right?
questions, please call us
You're
here
a
at the
dope
doctor's
to do
office.
it.
This is
Thank you.
nobody's business but mine.
Dope
all
to
right?
do it.
Hello, Mr. Allred. This is Bob Appleby, head of product research and development for the Loveco Cosmetics Company.
Are you selling
We'd
co-
like to thank you for the donation of the fine cat. Thanks to you and your generosity, we'll be able to test a new line of mascara that will at last be safe and non-toxic on human eyes.
You gave the cat?
As a token of our appreciation, we're sending you a year's
What?
supply of Loveco lipsticks in assorted colors and flavors.
You gave
Thanks again for your support.
your mother's
A
cat?
year supply of lipstick. Cool. That's great.
Harry, hi, this is Miss Miller, your psychiatrist.
Oh.
You missed your appointment yesterday, so
I
I
know.
wanted to call you and tell you I think you're making a big mistake.
Told you.
Look.
Do not go through with the surgery.
Look.
Told
Look,
ya.
I know your hero is Captain Kirk. I know how much you admire Captain Kirk. But for the love of God, having plastic surgery to make you look like Captain Kirk is psychotic.
Told ya.
Don't have the surgery.
Told ya.
You-
Call me at the office as soon as you get this. Thanks.
You people say...
She's a paid professional.
That's all the messages.
I don't think we should do this again.
I think you're right.
For very
Ranch pudding.
The
You
funny
can work
line
at
is
the
in
liquor store?
That's the funniest line in that whole.
I
mean,
think
that
so,
whole
too.
segment's funny, but you can work in a liquor store.
That's my sign off today, but
All right. Let's award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you by working in a liquor store.
And feeling like a drink? Check out Park City's cocktail contest. Through August, Park City's best mixologists will feature a plethora of delicious mixed drinks. You must be at least 21 to participate. Learn more at parkcityrestaurants.com.
All right, we had boner candidate number 1, which was the Aryan Nation will rule all, a white supremacist with his big old swastika, among other offensive tattoos on his body, slapping a female bartender in the face. It's unclear why he did this, I think.
He was
other than he's just crazy.
He was taking his pants off.
Yeah.
It was really just disturbing to watch.
Anyway, he yelled, "The Aryan Nation will rule all." Boner candidate number 2, Party Boat Wahoo, a bunch of rich people paying a lot of money to go float around New York on a steamboat, and and not socially distanced, just be awful. And boner candidate number 3, this is not part of the Hungry Howie Pizza's business plan. A pizza delivery man for Hungry Howie arrested for pleasuring himself behind the wheel of his pizza delivery car. Amy won the boner T-shirt, and the winner, fair and square, clear cut, number 1, the Aryan Nation will rule them all.
All right, that's your winner of round 1. It goes forward to Boner Fight. It might be Boner of the Day. Coming up at 8:20, round 2 with 3 more candidates. We'll get another winner there. We'll take both of the winners and put them against each other for Boner Fight at 9:20 this morning to determine Boner of the Day. All right, let's go to the Utah COVID Task Force now. Nate is on the phone.
Hey, Nate.
Hello, how are you this morning?
Good, Nate. How are you?
Doing well.
Everybody, Nate, you sound a little down. I don't know. Doing well. It's hard. So, Nate, Mr. McDonald, let's talk about I don't know, schools opening. What do you want to talk about?
We actually have the talking points he would like to talk about.
I didn't get them.
Did they get sent?
See them.
Oh, there they are. Okay.
I'm happy to talk.
But the EBT program, let's talk about that.
Yeah, thank you. Ian. The pandemic EBT program, this is something that, we're kind of hit an interesting point in the pandemic. I mean, the whole pandemic's been interesting and crazy, but we're at this point right now where some programs have changed. The unemployment insurance, you have the $600 weekly stimulus that has gone away, and that has been a huge help for people who their income, their jobs were significantly impacted by COVID-19. And also we know that families during last school year were impacted. The schools did a really great job of setting up different meal options for families still, even though school wasn't in session. Mm-hmm. But the federal government set up a program called Pandemic EBT that would also assist these families who need food assistance. It was a complicated program. It took us a little bit to get it up and going, but it is now up and going. And this provides a one-time benefit to these families whose their students or children participated in free and reduced meal programs at their local school. They're now eligible for this program. And it's about $308 per child that they can apply right now and be eligible to receive. And going into the school year, this can be a huge help for these families. Mm-hmm. If they have 4 kids that participated in the program last year, that's a $1,200 one-time check that could help them for food right now as they go into the school year. So we're just encouraging any of these families to make sure they get out and they apply for this program at jobs.utah.gov/PEBT. And it could be a huge help for them going into the school year.
Nate, this now, is it, so it will be a cash payment, or will it be like food vouchers, or what will it be?
It will come in on what they call an electronic transfer card.
A card.
So an EBT card. Mm-hmm. So very similar to the SNAP program. Mm-hmm. And that's an important point. If a family, if they are on SNAP and they participate in the free and reduced lunch program, they do not need to apply. They will automatically get this. But they'll get it in a card just like SNAP. And it's a program that they have to use it like SNAP, meaning they can only use it for food.
Separate. It's a separate card from SNAP, though.
If you are on SNAP, you will get it automatically on your same card.
Okay.
If you're not on SNAP, then you just need to apply and you'll get a separate card.
Okay.
And this could bring upwards of $68 million directly to Utah families who need food assistance.
Yeah, please take advantage of it. It's odd to me, and I think you know this. I don't think you have the statistics probably right at your fingertips, but a lot of times those kind of federal dollars for food assistance go unused. People don't apply for as much as is out there, and they just go unused. So use it up.
Yes, please. We figure this. There's roughly about 75,000 households that are eligible to apply for this. So, and we'll see the money of those who are non-SNAP recipients if they apply. And if they don't apply, that money won't come to the state, and they won't receive it.
Now, Nate McDonald, the other topic. Now I see I've got the talking points here. Employment has been impacted. Either you're unemployed or you're struggling and still employed. What can you do?
Well, with the $600 going away, that'll be a hit, and people in that situation, they're going to need to do something different because they're not getting what they used to from unemployment. And the first preference is you may need to go find a new job, and it may not be in the industry you want because your industry may not have bounced back yet. So you may need to start looking for a different opportunity, even if it's temporary. The other thing is there are other assistance programs that you probably weren't eligible for because of you're getting that extra $600, but now you would be, such as SNAP. There's also rental assistance. So there's some other programs out there, and most of them are with the Department of Workforce Services. So we encourage you to go to jobs.utah.gov and click on their COVID-19 button, and it'll list most of these programs.
Okay, thanks, Nate. We're out of time. That's great
No
information. And next time you see Governor Herbert, just whisper in his ear, mandate masks statewide.
Yes.
Okay. We'll see you.
Thank you, Nate.
Thanks,
Thank
Nate.
you.
Okay, traffic, Gina.
Crash westbound I-80 near Lambs Canyon, a camper and a car off to the right shoulder, causing a little bit of slowage as cars are moving to the left. Police are now allowing one lane each direction in Kearns around this earlier officer-involved shooting area, 5600 to 52nd 100 West, due to that closed area for several hours. Part of it will be closed anyway while they investigate that. But you can get by with one lane. I would still avoid that area if you can. And if you see anything, you can pass it along to us at 33986. And then I will give it to friends of the program. Sanilast, advanced sanitation service products, kill 99% of bacteria and viruses, including COVID-19, for up to 28 days in your home or business. Sanilast.com. Sanilast, sanitation that lasts.
Okay, we will take a break. We'll be back with 3-Bit Gamer coming in to tell us what our gaming options are. On the way, also round 2 of your boners. Stand by. BigOTires.com. I got the one down here on 33rd that I go to. It's called the Olympus location.
So
they got a Bigfoot mural.
Oh yeah, those guys are the team you trust because they got the Bigfoot too. I think Big O Tires still has that line of tires, the Bigfoot.
Oh yeah.
As a matter of fact, I think I got Bigfoot tires on one of my cars. Right now, you can save up to $150 on a set of 4 Big O brand tires through the 23rd of August. And they know Gina. She doesn't like to get out of the car, so she just pulls in.
I don't have to.
No.
I pull up and they check the air in my tires. I just remain seated. It's awesome.
If it were legal, they'd run you up on the lift. They just put you, but it's not legal to do that. So if you're taking a road trip this summer, use Big O tires. Go in there, make sure your car is running right. Everything's in alignment and your tires are in good shape. You can find a store near you by going to BigOTires.com.
I don't like breathing through my mouth. I prefer my nose. I think that's what it was designed for. Your mouth was designed for other things, and the nose is for breathing.
But sometimes you have to breathe through your mouth.
I can't.
You know that.
You cannot. Well, what we hear on the radio would give lie to that, but because we hear a lot of on the radio. But
so they said we have a snorkeling class. We don't need the snorkel. No, I want the snorkeling class. I want to know.
Sure.
So we took the kids to the snorkeling class, and they stop at Molokini, and I am terrified. I really am, because I'm not only scared of breathing through my mouth with my face underwater, but I'm scared of sharks. I am. Okay, Jaws ruined me.
Sure.
And it's just a boat out in the middle of the water, and you're getting off the boat, and
it's deep.
And it's deep.
You can't see the bottom.
And they said, "Do you want a noodle?" Yeah, I want a noodle. Give me the noodle
to just hang on to.
My kids and my husband, no noodle.
No,
they just jumped in the water. I took 2 noodles. When I looked around and made sure that everybody that wanted a noodle had a noodle.
You weren't the only one.
Right.
There was an extra noodle.
Yeah.
Those noodles have been cooked earlier, though.
Yes.
And so we're out in the water, and the guy at the snorkel class said, "Don't put the mouthpiece in until you're ready. You can just put the goggles on and get used to the water and then put it in." So I'm out there just with the goggles on, hanging on to the noodle. And I'm thinking, I don't need to do any more than this. Nobody needs to know if I'm actually snorkeling or not. My kids are snorkeling, my husband's snorkeling. But then they have a underwater cameraman come out. He comes over to your group. He's like, "Get your group together and go under, and I'll take a picture under the water." So now I'm panicking. I'm like, I can't hide from my family anymore that I'm not putting my face in the water. Because camera guy wants underwater picture.
And, of course, you have to do that.
Well.
You couldn't just say to your family, "I really can't do this."
No. And I didn't want Joe to know I wasn't snorkeling. Because he's off snorkeling. He's not looking at me. I'm like, okay, I can totally do this.
All right.
Put the mouthpiece in. Stick my face in. Underwater camera guy's there. And I'm like, is he done yet? Is he done yet? Is he done yet?
Because you're not breathing?
No.
You're just holding your breath? Because even though you can breathe through the snorkel apparatus.
I can't, though.
Yeah, you can.
But I did it. I put my face in the water for the picture, and that was it. So as far as I'm concerned, I snorkeled.
No. Didn't see any fish.
No.
Nothing.
No. I floated around on the noodle. I put my face in the water. But I'm telling you, if the camera guy hadn't harassed me into putting my face in the water, I wouldn't have.
Didn't see any fish. And I'm sure your family.
I've seen fish.
Did you see the fish? Did you see the turtles?
I can
Did you
Google fish right now, and I
know.
can see them.
Yes,
There's
I know.
probably a live Molokini underwater camera right now that I could find online, and I could see everything happening there right now.
Right, which is way better than what you did. Which is way better than what you actually did by being there.
I got in the water.
Okay, fine.
Hey, 8:03. We got round 2 of your boners coming up. We got boner.
You know, we still haven't talked about my troubles.
We will.
We got to find time for that.
We are going to during the news, I think, We will interrupt the news to talk about your ooey gooey situation that you were in yesterday. Let's go to the phone, though. Jonathan Deasing is here from 3-Bit Gamer, the podcast available on the Broadway Media Podcast Network. And Jonathan, I'm just fine. I'm supposed to quickly, before we get to the stuff that you brought to the table, I'm supposed to ask you about Overwatch 2. Is there any news on that?
Overwatch 2. I wouldn't say there's any new news that's released in the last couple months since they initially talked about it.
All right. Just people are they're anticipating it, and they want it. Well, it's America. We want it now. We don't want to have to wait.
Yeah. No, I get that. And everyone now, these distances between game releases seem so much longer because every day lasts for a month now.
Yes. It feels like it. Every day is Blurg's Day.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it.
Let's get started. There's been, I know in the comic book industry, they're having this Me Too scandal situation, and apparently it's in the gaming industry as well.
Yeah, it took a minute to hit the gaming industry because the gaming industry has a very, and a lot of gamer fanship has a very entrenched misogyny, so
Yes.
It kind of shielded them from Me Too for a minute, but eventually, as these things do, everything caught up to them. This is Ubisoft. These are the guys that made Assassin's Creed and Far Cry and Rayman. It's a French-based studio, and there's 5 brothers that run it. And these 5 brothers were kind of the root of the problem because they had a number of friends and cronies who were these executives scattered throughout the organization that were untouchables. And they have a number of those executives have been accused of rampant sexual harassment, assault, sexism, all sorts of stuff. I mean, there was one guy that was holding his meetings in a strip club. So his female subordinates either had the option of going to the strip club or not for the meeting for their job.
So passive aggressive.
Well, yeah,
or disgusting.
And who do they think they are that they can do that? I mean, anyway, go ahead.
Well, that's just the thing. That was what everyone was so boggled. It just boggled everyone's mind. Like another guy literally choked an employee at a company party, and there was like no consequence to it. So It was a frat house. I mean, this is just a frat house vibe. You wonder, like, when you see the hazing stories that come out of a frat house, you're like, how have they been doing this for so long? It's just no one said anything. There was another thing that was crazy.
He's not talking about Uber, is he?
No.
I just came into the conversation. I'm sorry.
No.
Feels a little bit like Uber. One of these things they had a game, they had an Assassin's Creed title that was coming out in which you were supposed to be able to play as a husband and wife duo who were avenging their murdered son in ancient Egypt. However, as the game developed and one of these executives, actually the strip club guy, was leaning on the development team throughout the development of the game, eventually the female character, the wife, ended up having 30 minutes of game time. Like she was just like eliminated from the game. And so in the next Assassin's Creed, it was supposed to have a female lead exclusively. And then as he leaned on the scales toward the end of the development, they just tacked on a male character that you could play as.
I just don't understand. There are so many women gamers out there, and they're just walking away for money because they're dicks.
Exactly.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. So that's coming due, and expect to see a little bit more leaking out of that. Another fun story in the news this month is the U.S. Army has apparently, I had no idea, and I work in and around the video game industry, and the U.S. Army has been apparently recruiting on the streaming platform Twitch. This is where people watch other people play video games online, and the U.S. Army has an account. Apparently, the U.S. Army has an esports team.
Yeah.
So noodle that one out. But Twitch had to force the Army because it wasn't enough to be recruiting Fortnite players and 12-year-olds for the Army. They were also having people click on links ostensibly to take them to a controller giveaway, but the links just led to a recruitment page, which is pretty fraudulent. And then
very.
AOC, Congresswoman AOC, she introduced legislation to ban the military from operating on Twitch and other streaming platforms where the primary audience is children. That did not pass in budget reconciliation, but so maybe keep an eye if your kids watch a lot of Twitch. Maybe make sure they're what channels and what.
Well, you should always make sure who they're who they're playing with.
Exactly. All right, let's get to some games. We got a few that are coming out this month here, so let's quickly run through these here.
Okay, we'll cruise through these really fast. So we've got the first one that's out today. It's called Scully, and this is it's a platformer. It's third person, so you see your character in front of you, and your character is a skull. This cute little cartoon skull that rolls around this world, bouncing and jumping from platform to platform. You can also, be swallowed by 3 different mud monsters that you take control of that grant you different abilities. It looks so fun and cute and quirky, and I think kids would love this. I'm interested in this. It's on PS4, Xbox One, PC, and the Switch. It's on everything, and it's out today. It's called Scully, and it just looks like good family fun.
Oh, I see what you're saying with Scully and the monsters, is that he will get swallowed by a monster, but then he takes control of the monster.
Is the monster.
So you play as the monster. Okay.
Isn't that great?
Yeah,
it's super fun. There's a video that'll be posted on x96.com. There's another one coming out next month. However, there's 2 open betas this month. Open betas are an opportunity to play a game before it comes out. Generally, they're free, which is kind of a cool chance to play a game before it's out. But obviously, you won't get it. It's just you're going in to test the game for the developers for free. And there's 2 open betas this month on the 14th and the 21st. This is Marvel's Avengers. This is exactly what it sounds like. It's an action adventure game in which you play as these individual characters through a story. Each hero has their own story you play through. It's a looter game. I don't know if you guys are familiar with looter games, but that's kind of like every boss you kill, or sometimes you just do missions and it gives you a different piece of armor or equipment. So Iron Man might go fight a big boss and get a cool upgraded Iron Man helmet. But that boss only gives you that helmet a quarter of the time, so you might have to go beat the boss 4 times in a row. So stuff like that. It's got a single player campaign, and then what's really cool is you can play this game co-op. So you can grab your friends and play as different heroes, and just kick MODOK's butt. This is doesn't have anything to do with the MCU. Unfortunately, some of these characters do look kind of like discount brand Captain America.
It's exploring the comic book Avengers, and there's a whole lot of characters there. So that's what they're doing. Let's go to Battletoads. Good old favorite Battletoads.
Battletoads. This is a follow up to, I don't know. They haven't released a Battletoads game since the 90s. This is a side scrolling beat 'em up. You guys remember these Street Fighter, where you would just you go from left to right on the screen and you just womp on people. Battletoads was notable because it had a lot of different types of gameplay where you'd have a racing sim and then a platforming part. It's up to 3 players co-op, which is kind of interesting. And any fans of the original will recognize that this is much more cartoonish. It almost looks like hand-drawn cartoons.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like an animated series for Saturday morning, and you're playing as that.
Yeah, and it kind of looks pretty. It looks fun. It looks completely different. I will say that the original Battletoads that came out in '91 was notorious for being one of the hardest games ever made. So this is not going to be that hard if anyone's expecting it to be, but it is fairly challenging from what I've read. But yeah, if you haven't had a Battletoads fix in 20 years, this is a good chance to check it out. It's on Xbox One and PC, and it's out on the 20th.
All right,
and then there's a new Madden game, but who cares about that, right?
It's a sport. Yeah. It's football. It's the closest you're going to get to football, I think.
Yeah, and it looks worse. People have been saying it looks worse. At this point, it seems like EA is like a drug dealer that just keeps cutting their products thinner and thinner, and people keep buying it. So Madden's out. The people that are going to buy Madden are going to buy Madden anyway. So now you guys know there's a new Madden.
I think they should do Madden the Coronavirus edition.
No fans in the stadium. I'd love that.
Yeah, and then various players keep having to leave,
and some of them are wearing masks. Yeah. I'd be down for that.
Yeah. All right, Jonathan. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Traffic, Gina.
Yeah, so we had that earlier officer-involved shooting, 5400 South, 54th West in Kearns. Both eastbound and westbound directions are affected. They have one lane open each way between 5600 and 5200 West, and will probably be that way for several hours while they investigate that. Crash 5600 South, 35th West in Roy, and crash westbound I-80 just 1 mile east of Lambs Canyon, but that looks like that is about it. If you see something, you can text it to us, 33986.
All right, round 2 of your boners.
Yeah, here we go. We've got boner candidate number 1. Oh, they thought it was funny. It's a funny cake, It's funny. Boner candidate number 2. We don't get to make fun of Utah County anymore. And boner candidate number 3. Trying to make the mouse pay up.
All right. Boner candidates for round 2 coming up along with Big Boy News and Opinioendo. After these, X96.
Back in the day, we had these mascot animals living at our studio up in Ogden. We had Farnsworth, the cat, and Farnsworth just had the run of the place, and there were a lot of mice in the building, so he kept the mice down. And Farnsworth was he was really a great cat for the most part. He was almost jet black.
Had a broken tail.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. He had a crooked tail.
Yep.
And Farnsworth went missing once around Halloween. And
Very nervous.
And our owner was certain that the Satanists had got him.
Well, sure.
You know what? The Satanists have got him. We got to make sure next year we keep him in if we find him. He did turn up, but he was fine. And then I don't know whatever happened to Farnsworth. I think he finally just
they don't
went
live
off.
forever.
Yeah, I think he just finally went off somewhere. And
I think once the sale happened, I think Tom took Farnsworth home.
Did he? Oh,
yeah.
Maybe you're right.
Because I know that the a-hole from El Paso didn't want the cat around.
No. So, it works better alliteratively if we can really say the word.
Yeah, I know.
From El Paso.
But, the nation is 9 years old, so I can't.
Yeah. So just say that to yourself in your head. It sounds better.
I did. It's there.
But anyway, back to this little horse. And then, so the other animal we had was a burro. For some reason, we thought it would be a good idea to adopt a burro from the Grand Canyon. And those wild burro, and the BLM had these programs where you could adopt a burro. And so we went and we adopted this burro, and we named him Buster, and he was the KJQ burro. No, that's not the right picture. No.
They don't know
They assume that I'm talking about animals. That's an animal picture. That's for later on.
Different animal.
Yeah.
Did you have a picture accompanying the story?
No, I did not. So anyway, we adopted this burro, Buster, and he was a donkey. And it is true what they say about donkeys.
They're stubborn.
They're the worst.
Yeah. And he was we thought it would be fun to take him around to events. Well, it wasn't.
No.
Because he was stubborn. We had a horse trailer that the owner of the property had that we could use. But to try and get him into the horse trailer was just almost impossible. Because he didn't want to go.
Of course.
And you could pull on him, and he would dig himself in, and he just. But so one year we're having this parade. I think it was the Thanksgiving Day parade. It was the Christmas parade on the day after Thanksgiving in Ogden. I think they still do it, and that's when Santa comes right after Thanksgiving, and they have this little parade. Anyway, so we're going to take Buster and have him be in the parade, or maybe it was the 24th of July parade. I don't remember. Yeah, it was. It was the 24th of July parade. So we finally get Buster in the trailer, and we take him up to Washington Boulevard, which wasn't very far, and we park the trailer, and we open the back door of the trailer, and Buster, the burro, is like almost upside down with his feet sticking in the air. Now, we didn't know anything about it. Like, he wasn't tied in properly or something. And so he's upside down, all four legs sticking in the air, and I go, Tom goes, "Oh my God, he's dead! He's dead!" And he did. He looked like he was dead. His eyes were glazed over. His tongue was hanging out. Well, there was this cowboy who was there, because he was going to ride his horses in the parade, and he came, "What's going on here?" And our burro is dead. And the cowboy looks in there and he goes, hell, he ain't dead. And he grabbed that burro and just dragged him out of the trailer, and Buster kind of staggered to his feet.
He's fine.
He's fine. He ain't
Walk
dead.
it off. Cowboy up.
I mean, and we, it was just like, he said, when you take him home, you got to tie him in there so he doesn't fall down. Oh,
we they're dumb.
Well, and we thought he could just stand there and balance.
No,
So that
he could have been hurt bad.
Yeah, he could have. Yeah, I mean, he did look dead. I mean, I think his tongue was hanging out, and if he'd stayed like that, he probably would have died. But the cowboy, oh hell, he ain't dead. and then so we walked him in the parade.
(8:21), and it is time now for round 2 of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories that are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will listen to all 3 of them, consume them into your ear hole, and then you will decide of these 3 which one is the worst, which one should go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 1. We did that an hour ago, but we'll take both of the winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner fight happens. That's when you will decide boner of the day. So right now, pick your champion for round 2. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
You remember new shirts? Remember when you used to get a new shirt? Well, we'll give you a new shirt. It's a Radio from Hell boner T-shirt.
Here's boner candidate number 1. Well, they thought it was funny. It's a funny cake. 3 female employees at a medical examiner's office in Michigan been fired after a worker brought a cake decorated with an image of a black penis.
Hey, you gotta warn us before you.
Okay, let me do that again, Gina.
Gina,
let me do that. Okay, let me do that again. Boner candidate number 1. They thought it was funny. Hey, Gina, I'm warning you. There's a cake with a black penis on it coming up. Is that better?
I won't be surprised.
Is that a lot better? A death investigator at the Macomb County Medical Examiner's Office filed a July 18th complaint with the Equal Opportunity Commission regarding the explicit cake that an off-duty staffer served in late May, one day after George Floyd died, while in police custody in Minneapolis. I was livid, furious, the unidentified employee told the newspaper. All these cities are on fire for the Black Lives Matter movement, and here is my staff eating a cake with a penis on a black. It's a joke, she said. This really pushed me right over the edge. The woman alleges the cake was part of an ongoing hostile work environment in the morgue, including employees mocking black relatives who inquired about their deceased loved ones, and porn openly strewn about the office. The office culture is tainted with racism towards people of color, the complaint says. This was not only ignored by managing personnel, but participated in by supervising staff. Death investigator claims one of her colleagues made a crude remark when the parents of a dead black man arrived and had trouble identifying their son. Show them a picture of his... Oh, no, I'm not even going to read that. Yeah. Horrible people, apparently, working at this medical examiner's office in Michigan. Boner candidate number 1. They thought it was funny. Here's boner candidate number 2. We don't get to make fun of Utah County anymore. At least that's what Robert Gerke says. Mm-hmm. If you see his tweet, I think we probably have the picture there at x96.com/live. Mr. Gerke on Twitter today said, this is the kind of self-absorbed BS that goes on in downtown Salt Lake City on a Saturday night. This photo was sent to me. I wasn't there. Not because I don't like a good bar. I do. But this is insanity. Salt Lake City doesn't get to make fun of Utah County ever again. And then there's the picture of...
And it's just wall-to-wall people. It's just packed.
Packed into a bar that I recognize.
It's
I'm not going to... Don't say where it is, but...
No, I was going to say it's dozens and dozens of people, shoulder to shoulder.
Unmasked.
Unmasked.
Yeah. And as Gerke says, we don't get to make fun of Utah County anymore because this is us. Boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. They're trying to make the mouse pay up.
All right, so we got boner candidate number 3 coming up after this big boy news and Opinioendo brought to you by...
Sanilast offers FDA-certified hand sanitizers that disinfect as well or better than most sanitizers on the market and continues to kill bacteria and viruses on contact for up to 24 hours. Sanilast.com.
Well, Mike Tyson
getting back into the ring, and he says I'm still in pretty good shape, and I'm going to knock him out.
He's going to try to knock out Roy Jones Jr., he says, when they get into the ring in September. I don't...
Do we think this is going to happen, really?
Unless they stop it because of coronavirus. Yeah, I think it might. But I don't know. Tyson says he wants to fight a little bit more. He's 54. He hasn't fought since a 2005 loss to Kevin McBride, and that concerns boxing legend George Foreman, who recently told TMZ that he's worried that somebody might get seriously hurt in this battle. George wasn't worried about getting hurt when he went on his tour of coming back and fighting, Tyson says.
Don't worry about me, George. I'll be fine. I'll be just fine. I'm going to just fight, and I'll be fine.
Foreman retired at the age of 28, but then 10 years later, he tried to come back at 38, and he did. He became the heavyweight champ at 45 and finally retired for good in 1997 at the age of 48. So, we'll see.
Attention shoppers, please make your final selection. The grocery store will be closing in 5 minutes.
Do we need cereal? Hold on, I can't read your writing. I can't read any of it. Michael, what is this word?
That's no word. I don't write words, I draw pictures. That's a box of cereal. So yes, to answer my earlier question, that's a box of cheese. That's a box of milk. That's a box of lettuce.
Okay, maybe we see if we can get our groceries delivered to the house and limit these Michaels out and about in the world situation.
A day after 9 protesters were arrested during a rally in memory of their son Zane James' family, angrily denounced the police action and argued that officers in Cottonwood Heights were the ones to incite the violence. James was killed 2 years ago by Cottonwood Heights officers. The rally Sunday was supposed to be a way to remember their 19-year-old son, his parents said, and to continue a string of protests against police violence. Those who attended brought pinwheels and squirt guns and a DJ to dance in the street in memory of James. But it ended with a clash that led to the arrest of Mr. James' father and brother, calls for an investigation, a closed-door city council meeting, and opposing protests yesterday. Police Chief Robbie Russo said that the police response was needed because protesters have been blocking the street. The James family said Protesters tried to stay on the sidewalks after the police told them to, but after a certain point, they were just blocked in with nowhere else to go. It was intimidating, said Aaron James, whose son Zane was shot and killed by Cottonwood Heights officers in May of 2018 after police said Zane James robbed a store in Sandy with an airsoft gun. So it's now becoming a Black Lives Matter protest. There were people there yesterday protesting the protesters. It didn't get out of hand completely.
But they were shouting. And...
Yeah, a lot of shouting and shoving. But the cops sort of stood back, and nothing. In a way, I think that probably kept the violence from getting worse, as the cops standing back from it. Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall, speaking of the police, has signed an executive order requiring several changes to Salt Lake City Police Department policies. The amendments will strengthen requirements for body-worn cameras, create narrow parameters for when police can use force, and require a person's consent for searches without warrants. So if you don't have a warrant, the cops don't have a warrant, and they still want to search you, they can ask, but you don't have to comply, is what that would say. Although many of the policies are vague and contain caveats, police officials will likely fill in the details over the coming weeks. Rico brand foods still looking for a place to light. This is Jorge Fierro. He started his business on a property in Salt Lake City on the west side 17 years ago. Now he's being asked to leave because that area has become gentrified. The rents have gone up. They want to use the building for something else, so he's looking around for something. He says anything. I got till the end of August, so any suggestions? Give me a call at Rico Brand Foods, and I'll entertain your suggestions. Let's see. Oh, did you hear that? So 3 Wyoming sightseeing balloons floating around, and there was a crash. On Monday, yesterday. 20 people were injured. One passenger said it was a terrifying few minutes. The balloons, owned by the same tour operator, went down separately near Jackson Hole. They didn't crash into each other, but they all went down, at the same time, or roughly the same time. It was terrifying, said balloon passenger Clinton Phillips. He said, I couldn't believe how beautiful everything was, and then we were in hell a few minutes later. It was crazy. And finally...
How do you socially distance in a airboat? I have so many questions about these.
Well, it's maybe, but it could have been, it could have easily been they were in there with their family members.
No, they were sightseeing. I don't know.
Yeah, families never sightsee together.
They don't all know how to run a hot air balloon. You hire somebody to do that.
I'm sorry, what? Did you say something in the future or in the past? I can't tell now.
Oh, okay.
This is awful. This is just awful. That's it.
Well, we have time for another story. But
oh, you do?
2.5 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the future.
Yeah. So are we in the future or the past? Are we in time or not?
Well, some of us are in the future and some of us are in the past.
That's what makes it difficult. Joe Arpaio.
Boo.
Sheriff Joe?
Sheriff Joe, Arizona. He ran for Senate and he lost. And then he went to prison. And then Donald Trump pardoned him. And now he's back again. He's running for his old job as sheriff. He wants to be America's toughest sheriff. He faces his first test in a Republican primary election tonight. He must survive a 3-way race that includes a challenge from his former chief deputy, Jerry Sheridan. A few in the state believe that Mr. Arpaio, who is 88 years old and as dumb as a post, can mount a successful comeback and win in November. They say he's too old, too out of touch, and too politically damaged to run a credible campaign in 2020. So we'll see. The results will be known tomorrow in that important Arizona sheriff's race.
Sports weather traffic.
The Jazz, they lost to the Lakers 116-108. They play tomorrow. They play the Memphis Grizzlies at 12:30. And there's a great video of local swimmer Katie Ledecky. You might have seen it around on social media yesterday. She's swimming, and she's got a snorkel so she can keep her head in the water, and she puts a glass of chocolate milk on the top of her head and swims the length of the pool without spilling chocolate milk. I think it was probably cream of Weber milk because she's from Utah.
It may have been.
She didn't spit it out, not once. Weather, it's 95 for a high today, which will feel just cool compared to the upper digits we've had lately. We'll be close to 100 again tomorrow, and in the mid to upper 90s all through the rest of the week, which means we still have that bad air quality. If you want some ideas on things you can do to help, trip chaining is one of them, but there's lots more. If you go to x96.com, it says that you care about Utah's air there. Traffic has been fairly light this morning. I will just take one more chance to remind you about that earlier officer-involved shooting at 5400 South, 54th West in Kearns. The eastbound and westbound directions of 5600 to 5600 to 5200 West. There's one lane of traffic going both ways there. They still are investigating that, and I would avoid that area if you can. And I believe that is traffic during the month of July. Scott Hale offering a $29 AC tune-up. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Oh, I'm sorry to report, Gina, by the way, Cream of Weber plants closed in Utah years ago. They're just...
I know. I was trying to make a Utah connection there.
All right, here's boner candidate number 3. Oh, we're just trying to make the mouse pay up. That's what we're doing here. More than 150 people in Rhode Island accidentally received tax refund checks signed by Mickey Mouse and Walt Disney rather than state officials. According to CNN, the misprinted signatures were on at least 176 tax refund checks. The error was the result of a technical glitch in the printing system for the state's Division of Taxation. The state's news station WPRI reported that Mickey Mouse and Walt Disney are the names that they use on dummy checks for internal testing. I don't know why. Jade.
All right.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, does it? Jade Borgeson, chief of staff of Rhode Island's Department of Revenue, said the test image files were mistakenly used on some real checks. But now people will... You can try to get Mickey Mouse or Walt Disney to pay up on your refund check, but I don't think it's going to work. You're going to have to redo it if you live in Rhode Island. Boner candidate number 3, trying to make the mouse pay up.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, well, they thought it was funny. Morgue workers in Michigan fired over a cake that was decorated with a... Gina, I'm warning you, I'm going to say black penis here. That was decorated with a black penis. Is that better? Okay. Boner candidate number 2, we don't get to make fun of Utah County anymore. Robert Gerke in his Twitter feed tweeting a picture of a Salt Lake City bar jam-packed with people, not wearing masks, not social distancing. And boner candidate number 3, trying to make the mouse pay up.
All right, let's get going. This is round 2 of your boner voting. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it is the winner of round 2. Yes, not boner of the day yet, though. Go up against the winner of round 1's voting at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner fight happens, and you'll decide boner of the day at that time. Right now, you're picking a champion for round 2. Send one of these 3 candidates forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. And put that single digit in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, August 4, 2020. And vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It'll appear. You have until the end of these messages to do so. This is round 2.
So I saw this story too this morning, and it's did somebody break wind on the news?
It's what is that sound is what we're playing. It's a game.
So see if it sounds like that to you. This is during an interview with Democratic Representative. How do you say his name?
Swalwell.
Swalwell. He's on being interviewed by Chris Matthews on MSNBC, and you've got the audio.
I've got the audio, so we'll start off with Chris, and then he'll talk, and then you'll hear the fart during Eric Swalwell's response.
Who were on the phone listening to the president talk about this swap of dirt for U.S. military aid.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Okay, one more time.
There we go.
Evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Who were on the...
Now, so the internet, the Twitter, and all of that went crazy. With,
yeah.
So who farted on the? Now, they say.
Chris Matthews tweeted out saying that it was a coffee mug scooting across a table.
Which it probably is.
It could be, but it also sounds to me like a wooden stool leg.
Yeah.
Scraping across the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more likely one of those things than a fart.
I thought it was somebody just farting around. Somebody just put that in there. That's what it seemed like to me.
Added it to it?
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, they said that it happened during the broadcast because if you look at Swalwell's face, he kind of grimaces a little.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
What was that?
Well, then it was him. It was Swalwell.
And
that was a Democratic fart.
He said, "No, it wasn't me. I don't know where it came from, but it was funny at the time, and that's why I smiled."
Well, let's see. They say the smeller's the feller.
Well, what does it mean to the listener? The listener's the what?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to...
The hearer's
is the bearer?
I don't know.
I thought he who smelt it dealt it.
Well, it doesn't indicate that he smelt it. It indicates that he heard it.
Yeah, so we don't know if he dealt it. Fox smells his own hole first. That's what they say.
Taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
now he pauses a little bit there.
Yeah, just kind of because he's sneaking it. He thought he could sneak it out.
He kind of goes, "What was that?" Huh?
Although, wouldn't he'd sort of have to have a microphone near his.
We don't know if it was
ventilator.
Whether it's his or Chris's because they leave Chris's mic on as well.
Oh.
So what Chris is claiming is that it was his coffee mug going across the top of the table.
Okay, then it's Matthews, and you can look at him. He's a farter.
He's a farter.
Yeah, he gets too excited about stuff, and
the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
yeah, that pause. That pause.
That tells me he knows it's coming.
The pause is unfortunate.
That tells me he knows something's happening.
Boy, you mean like he leaned up?
Like
he he tried to one-cheek sneak?
One cheek sneak while he's standing up?
Because, you can't fart in those hearing rooms. They're so condensed. And all those people.
People would go, God, who did that?
Well, actually, that's the better place to go because there's so many possible...
Wasn't me. Wasn't me. Where was I yesterday? I was in a car with some people, and I won't say who, but I kept thinking, somebody is stinking this car up. And you don't want to say anything because
you'll embarrass somebody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
To help them cheat.
Yeah, that was Chris Matthews.
Think it was Matthews?
Yeah.
Ask the Ukrainians to help them cheat an election.
Yeah, that's an old man fart. That's an old man fart. It's kind
How
of raggedy.
Can you tell?
It's kind of raggedy.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not
strong,
full-throated. It's kind of raggedy and almost wet sounding.
Oh,
and here are the rhymes that we were looking for. He who denied it supplied it.
Oh.
Yeah.
The blamer is the claimer.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, people who
All right.
listen to the show. You're smarter than we
Thank you
are.
very much.
Very good. The Boner Voting is brought to you in part by some pistachios and also somebody else that Gina would be reading right now, but she's incommunicado because of our internet situation, which has been upgraded into a worse situation than we had before. Do you know who that sponsor might be, Katie?
Yeah, it's brought to you by It's Tuesday. That means it's Taco Tuesday at Diversion Eatery. Get $2 tacos with chicken, carne asada, carnita, salmon, or portobello mushrooms. Located at 535 North 3rd West. See menu at diversioneatery.com.
There you go. So we had boner candidate number one. Oh, they thought it was funny. You see, they put a black penis on a cake, and and then they made racial jokes about it after George. And they work in the medical. No, it's not funny. Boner candidate number two. We don't get to make fun of Utah County anymore. Robert Gerke says that on Twitter. Gerke, of course, the columnist for the Salt Lake Tribune, and he has a photograph there of a bar. He wasn't there. He said somebody just sent me the picture of this crowded bar in Salt Lake, people not social distancing. And boner candidate number three, trying to make the mouse pay up, Rhode Island mistakenly mailing out tax refund checks signed by Mickey Mouse and Walt Disney. Neil won a boner T-shirt. And who in the world do you think would win this round of boner voting, Carrie?
This one, I honestly am not sure. This one's a tough one.
By one vote. Now, coming in third
okay,
was number two, the crowded bar one.
Okay.
By one vote, the winner was boner candidate number three, trying to make the mouse pay up. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, I didn't think that one was going to win.
Weakest, certainly.
It did seem the weakest. Oh, well, we don't pick them, you do. And you have decided that's the winner of round two, and it now goes forward to Boner Fight. It might be Boner of the Day. We'll see how it does up against the winner of round one's voting. Round one and round two go head-to-head at 9:20 for Boner Fight, and that's when you determine Boner of the Day.
Well, it's good that you're back. You're just in time to read the sponsor for the replay of Utah Word of the Day.
Great, here we go. Rand Life, your local mortgage experts, their knowledgeable team can find you the lowest fetch-in rates available and have you closed in an easy, streamlined e-close experience. RandLife.com.
It's often said that the people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day. And today's word is...
Well, it's 3 words, actually, today. Melk, M-E-L-K, and near, M-E-A-R, and Pellow, P-E-L-L-O-W. Melk, Mir, and Pellow. These are 3 classic Utah words from the Utah Word of the Day Hall of Fame. LeVar and LeGrand are pleased to present these words as part of a special Utah Word of the Day feature we call Classic Utah Words from the Utah Word of the Day Hall of Fame. And now, here they are to present for your edification, LeVar and LeGrand, a couple of Utah classics themselves, with today's lesson, Melk, Mir, and Pellow. Boys?
Well, say there, LeGrand, you want to go somewhere for lunch? I was thinking we'd go to Lucky 13 and split a Big Benny.
Split it? Why split it? I want my own hamburger.
Well, have you seen or tried to eat the Big Benny?
No.
It's 28 ounces of meat with bacon, ham, cheddar, Swiss, caramelized onions. The Big Benny is a foot tall, my friend.
Oh, yeah, that is a bit much for right now. Especially since I'm trying to drop a few pounds. I'm getting pretty plump. And I think I know why, too.
Well, I didn't want to say nothing about it, but you have become rather stout. I've known you a long time, and you've never had trouble with your weight before. You okay? I mean, you're not sick or nothing, are you?
No, I'm not sick. But I have become a slave to a substance that makes a person gain some poundage. If you are not careful with it, and that substance to which I refer is milk.
Milk? Milk? What the?
Chocolate milk, to be most accurate.
Huh.
I've been drinking gallons and gallons of chocolate milk, and I don't know how it happened. I mean, I just had one of them little pints or whatever, chocolate moo cow milk, and it was so good. And so I thought, well, I'll buy a case down to the Sam's Club. And I kept it in the garage, and then I'd go out there every day and have 1, sometimes maybe 2 of them little chocolate milks. And then when the case was gone, I went to Sam's Club and I bought myself another, and then another, and another.
You have become an addict.
I was a chocolate milk addict, LeVar. And I didn't know how bad it was until one time I was walking past this big old full-length mirror we got in the house, and I stopped and I looked in the mirror and I says, "Who are you and how did you get into my house?" And then I realized
that it was you. You was the man in the mirror.
Right. I was the fat man in the mirror. I couldn't believe it. How gross I had become. Well, I was so devastated, so sick at the sight of my fat self that I just went into my room and went to bed. And I cried, too, LeVar. I just buried my face in my pillow, and I cried.
Oh, LeGrand, that is so sad. My tubby buddy and his tear-stained pillow. Well, that being said, what's for lunch?
Well, Lucky 13's okay. I'll just go light. I'll just get the basket of fries and some deep-fried pickle spears.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
All right, we got a few minutes here, so let's hear about Gina's ooze.
Yeah, that foot looked terrible. Set it up.
So you may have heard yesterday me talk about I got bit by something over the weekend, and I shared it with you yesterday.
It was on your ankle.
It was on my ankle, and I sent some pictures to Katie. I don't know if she can put those up, but if you follow me on Twitter at RFHGina, you can watch the progression of the injury.
It got ugly. It got really ugly.
Yeah, so yesterday it was like a little, I don't know.
It was just a blister.
A blister. And I actually showed it to our good friend Dr. Cobble, and he said, yeah, you should be all right. You could just, pop it. put some Neosporin on it, cover it with a bandage, you're probably all right.
Mm-hmm.
Which I did.
Yeah.
I was brave. I got hydrogen peroxide. I got Neosporin. I did the whole thing, and I covered it with a bandage. And I said, "Well, I'll check it later."
Mm-hmm.
But it hurt, like throbbing pain.
Yeah, that's a bad sign.
So a couple hours later, I took it off, and it had gotten much worse, which I posted a picture of that on my Twitter as well. And it was oozy and a weird color, and it hurt. And so after much discussion and tweeting about it, because that's what you should really do, is tweet about it. I talked to my husband about it, and he said, I think you probably should go to the Instacare. This has gotten worse, not better.
Let me know how it goes, babe.
Yeah.
You need a ride home?
I was a little nervous to go to the Instacare. So I went to the one on 4th South.
Mm-hmm.
And Bill, is that the one where you went to get your COVID test?
No, that was in a parking lot at a church.
Yeah, this was.
But they do a lot of COVID testing there.
But it was closed. So all the COVID tents were there, but it was closed, which is weird.
9th East?
4th South, and right there.
Mm-hmm.
And so I go into the Instacare, and there's nobody there. And I'm thinking, gosh, is it closed? Nope, there was a lady.
What time of the day was this?
Yesterday.
What time of the day?
Oh, like 5 o'clock.
Huh.
And they checked me in and said, go wait over there. And I said, okay, this is so fun. Because I was nervous about going.
Mm-hmm.
And while I was sitting there waiting, these 5 girls come in together. They all had masks on. And one of them goes up to the counter and she says, yes, I think I have a fever and I'm having a hard time breathing. And, she's listing all the COVID symptoms. I'm like, awesome. Now I'm in a waiting room with her. But why are these 4 other girls with her? You needed an entourage to
and they're not
come
supposed
to
to do that.
Instacare?
They're supposed to go to the stations outside.
Yeah. Well, they were closed.
Oh.
The stations outside were closed. But why do we need all these people in here? But they took me back, and I said, can you tell what this is that bit me by looking at it? Mm-hmm. And the doctor said, it's infected now. I can't tell what it was.
Mm-hmm.
But we can clean it out for you, give you an antibiotic, and then we're going to test the pus and see what kind of pus it is.
Pus test.
Pus
test. Pus test.
And he said, in order to clean it up, we're going to de-roof it. Which is exactly what it sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
They cut the top off of it and let it ooze out.
Mm-hmm.
And then they gave me a bunch of stuff at home where I am supposed to change the bandages and clean it up. And I don't have to de-roof it. That's already been done.
Well, they say you're going to be okay.
I mean, they put me on a pretty strong antibiotic, and he said, we'll get back to you with exactly what, it could be a staph infection, it could be MRSA, it could be who knows what.
Will they be able to tell you what bit you, do you think?
Nope, and that's the frustrating thing.
Damn.
He says
that's the big question.
I'm looking here. It says de-roof. The definition of de-roof is to remove the top from a building. So
that's how big the pustule got. It was the size of a building.
It also means to remove tissue from a wound.
It did look big, and it did look ooey gooey.
It was so gross.
It was dripping at one point. I thought I saw.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, here's the question. If you're taking the antibiotic, can you have wine?
Are you saying there's a chance I can't have wine?
Yeah, there's a chance because sometimes they say with some medications.
Oh, man.
That's just those doctors that don't want you to drink.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't last night. Well, because I'm taking so much. It's 3 of these antibiotics 3 times a day. And I'm thinking maybe on alcohol that won't taste so hot.
I think you better check, yeah.
See, now, I don't get what de-roof, but when they say they're going to debride a wound, it's the same thing. Remove unhealthy tissue from a wound.
I don't know. I was de-roofed. That's all I know.
Ask your doctor. or construction worker.
Would you like to be debreeded or de-roofed?
All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back Tuesday Tunes with Todd coming up after these. Stand by for that. Santa Last.
Gina, more than ever now,
Yes.
you need Santa Last at your house.
Keep it clean.
Well, I know we've had it at the station, which Katie should feel great about the station being Santa lasted.
Santa Lasted.
Yeah, it's a verb.
I guess that
Just
works.
made
Yeah,
it.
they Santa Last. They come in and they do this procedure where they sanitize surfaces in your home, your business, your office, whatever it is, and it lasts up to 28 days. Santa Last certifies that it will last up to 28 days. They also have FDA certified hand sanitizers.
I need to get some of that.
Yeah, they disinfect as well. I'd like some of that too. I gotta get a hold of them. That disinfect as well as better than most sanitizers on the market. Now, for more information, get a free quote. Go to Sanilast. That's SANILAST.com. You can be sure if they come into your home, they do it with all of the precautions necessary. Sanilast, advanced sanitation service and products, killing 99.9% of bacteria and viruses, including COVID-19, for up to 28 days. From celebrities to moms right here in Utah, more and more women are consuming their placentas in pill form.
Don't do that.
Listen, I want you to hear
Okay,
these.
okay, wait, don't go on. Even if there's something about eating your placenta, you would have to do it the way your dog does it when she has puppies.
Yep.
If there's anything to it, drying it out and putting it in a pill kills whatever good thing you think it does.
Medical expert Gina Barberi, listen to the testimonies of these women,
All
Gina.
right.
The placenta, for those of you who don't know, is an organ that grows inside the uterus while a baby is developing. The placenta gives nutrients to the baby, and some believe.
People are saying, and I'm hearing.
Ms. Barberi, not among them.
No.
But some people are saying, and I'm hearing, and I have the tendency to believe when some people say and I hear, and then I believe, that it is also capable of giving mom key nutrients even after it, that is the placenta, and the baby are delivered. Quote, so what happens is, studies show that about 72 hours after delivery, once the placenta is delivered, hormone levels drop, said Rachel Talley, a midwife, Gina, and herbalist. Are you either of those two things?
Wow, a midwife and an herbalist.
Are you?
I am neither of those.
All right then.
Are there any,
I let you take out your credentials and show me.
Are there any doctors or scientists around?
Carrie?
Studies
Studies say, according to this midwife
and herbalist. A study could be, I've studied things, and that's.
It takes 4 to 12 weeks statistically, said an herbalist and midwife, for the body to and the endocrine system to start producing these hormones again. So what we're really doing is natural hormone therapy. After Miranda Hansen delivered her second child, she said she felt the despair of postpartum creeping back in. The first 5 days was like a flashback, she said. But after taking her first placenta pill, she says, so here's evidence right here.
Okay.
The symptoms softened in just 20 minutes. It was like this fog that was lifted, she said. It was like a breath, like it was totally like, I could just like feel like it was clear. It was
Couldn't
like
possibly
amazing.
be that you were thinking that would happen, so it happened.
Oh my God, you are so negative. Miranda says she bonded with her baby, got back on her feet quicker, and dropped her baby weight faster after taking the pills. Other moms, like Melinda Dratchell, also weighed in. I'm a big fan of Western, like modern medicine, she said. I'm all about the epidural, which I know you are, Gina.
Big fan of the epidural.
But she said the placenta pills worked for her. It was a little strange at first when I started talking.
And they kept the
taking them.
cougars away, and they kept
Rachel Talley charges, midwife and herbalist, charges. What are you charging for this advice, Gina? Huh?
It's free.
She charges $250. Okay.
How much does she charge?
And that's what it's worth.
How much does she charge?
That's what your advice is worth. Because her advice midwife and herbalist.
Uh-huh.
$250 for her services. She said a placenta typically yields about 200 to 300 pills. Some hospitals won't release the placenta, but if they do, and if it's handled correctly, the health department said they don't see a risk in consuming your own placenta, but they do caution folks not to share their placenta with somebody else.
Please let me have some of your placenta.
No.
Come on.
No, don't share. No placenta sharing out there, okay? Rachel Talley, midwife, herbalist, and placenta encapsulator.
And making money off of it.
She is.
Wait, that couldn't possibly have anything to do.
She is a placenta encapsulator as well.
Okay. A placebo encapsulator.
Yeah.
That's because it's
Thursday Turns with Todd on X96, Ran for Mail!
Oh, yeah. That's right.
You remember.
Yeah. Hi, Todd.
Hello.
Hi, Todd.
You sound chipper today.
Yeah, it was a long night, and we won't get into that. But
okay.
You got your referee mask on, I see.
I do. And that comedy drop, that's exactly how it is in football.
That is exactly how it is.
Spot on.
That wasn't even a comedy drop. That was just that was a descriptor.
It was real life.
Yeah. What have you brought for us today?
So we've been kind of having this drought of established bands releasing music because they're all on hold. They like to put their song and their album out and announce their tours all at the same time, and everything's a mess, because of COVID-19. But we have an established band with a new song that's quite good. And I don't have a tour to announce because that's not a thing right now, but at least Bastille decided to give us something new.
Oh, really? How nice of them.
And this one's especially tasty because they've recruited Graham Coxon, the guitarist from Blur, to add some guitar to the song, and it's actually quite good.
Okay. What's it
All
called?
right. So, what's the name of the song?
The song is called What You Gonna Do.
What Ya Gonna Do.
Is gonna spelled G-U-N-N-A?
Yes. G-O-N-N-A, yes.
That's how you're supposed to spell it.
But it's you, not ya.
Okay.
Oh, okay. What you gonna do? It's like Prince. Here it is, brand new Bastille, Tuesday Tunes with Todd, X96.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Your Jack Daniels bottle is empty, and you're all out of ammunition. What are you going to do? Well, don't panic. Come on down to Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns. At Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns, that's all we sell, liquor and guns. We feature a full line of liquor from exotic fine wines all the way up to the real hard stuff, too. We also feature a full line of guns and ammo, from small caliber handguns all the way up to semi-automatic weapons. Best of all, you'll get a case of Radio from Hell brand canned chili absolutely free with each and every purchase over $50.
Hi, we're Carrie and Bill.
And we're Carrie and Bill.
We know just how frustrating it can be to run out of liquor or ammo at odd hours.
That's why Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns is only open between midnight and 6 a.m. Monday through Thursday.
And from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
To find Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns, just call 555-1212 and ask for Ricky. He'll arrange to meet you.
Then, after a brief shakedown and blindfolding, Ricky will lead you directly to Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns.
Helping you continue the fine old Utah tradition of getting drunk and shooting up the place, it's Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns for all your liquor and gun needs.
For that one.
It's it's kind of blur sounding, isn't it?
Yeah, you can kind of get that
song
vibe.
Two. Yeah, song two vibe. Yeah, I like it.
And it's just short enough that you're tempted to press play again when the song is over. Yeah, one more time with that one, I think.
You could do that later this afternoon. Maybe I'll double down on it.
Do it. And of course, Utah loves Bastille, and so this will be a big hit, I think.
Yeah, they've been cool to us. They've played a couple of our Christmas shows in the past, and they've just always been nice guys in the band.
Yeah, that's nice of them because I understand they don't even like Christmas. but they'll come and play a Christmas show for us.
I don't think their road crew likes anything, but the band is very super nice.
Really?
Yeah, oh, God.
All right.
Sounds like somebody's worked with their road crew. All right, Todd, thank you very much. That's Bastille. Todd. What You Gonna Do, new music from Bastille, and I guess that's just available wherever you get your music.
It's out there, yeah.
Wherever you get Bastille.
At Record Bar.
And we'll be playing it here, I'm sure.
Pegasus.
Quite a bit, so. Thank you, Todd.
Thursday turns with Todd on X96, ready for mail.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, we will take a break. We will be back with boner fights and a reasonable amount of news all coming up. Stand by. Gina, do you wish to talk about Volkswagen Southtown?
Sure, I'd love to. 2020 Passat is what I've been driving. And you know what I noticed yesterday? What? You know when you're looking for an address and you instinctively turn down the radio because you can concentrate better? Do you know what the Passat does? When you put it in reverse, it automatically turns down the radio.
Oh.
And I appreciate that, so I can concentrate. And I like that it has the backup camera, so I can check where I'm going. I've really enjoyed driving the Passat. And you could too. Right now, Volkswagen Southtown, they have 0% APR for up to 6 years on every remaining 2020 Volkswagen, or you can get 0 payments for 4 months on any new car. That's the Zero Zone at VWSouthtown.com. You can start your shopping there. And interest rates have never been lower. Trade in your car, and Volkswagen Southtown will get you the original base MSRP for it, taking deductions for mileage, manufacturer incentives, any damage, that kind of thing. Start your shopping off by going to VWSouthtown.com.
We got the rest of the potato chips.
All right, now we've tried so we started with the cappuccino flavored Lay's potato chips.
Which didn't knock us out, but we didn't hate, except for Gina. She hated them.
Now,
the wasabi.
Now, they've had 4 new flavors, and people want to call them both. Wasabi. Bill tried the wasabi as well, Bill Frost.
Yep. Not hot. Good, not hot.
Yeah.
They're not hot.
Now,
tasty. But they're flavorful.
Now, I've got the bag of cheddar, bacon, mac, and cheese here. And Gina said of the wasabi, "Oh, you got your winner right here." My guess is she won't even try the bacon, mac, and cheese.
Yeah, I'm sure there's not actual cheese in it.
No, there is. There is. I read the ingredients. There's like cheese powder or something. This is your winner. She won't even try them. No.
I thought you didn't like cheese not because of the flavor, but because it's cheese. And this is
It's a principle. No, I'm not gonna.
and this is far enough
You're gonna love
removed
it. You're gonna love it.
from cheese
do it.
that
She has standards and principles.
I have totally arbitrary rules.
That's exactly. I think that's your winner.
Now there's one more there. What's
Yeah.
that one?
Mango salsa.
Which
Those are-
somebody in the chat room said tasted like potpourri.
Right.
this isn't bad.
Yeah.
Maybe it actually is potpourri.
Although if you eat a few of those, the bacon mac and cheese, they get kind of too salty.
They're not bad.
And here's the wavy mango salsa.
Wavy mango salsa.
Wavy because
I like the idea of mango
Yeah.
salsa.
No?
No good.
Potpourri? Too sweet?
yeah,
Let's see.
too artificial.
Am I right then, without even tasting the bacon mac and cheese, that the wasabi is the best?
No, the bacon mac and cheese is better.
Well, I think your winner is the bacon mac and cheese, because mainstream America will love that flavor.
Let me see the wasabi again.
No.
Yeah,
You
potpourri.
have those.
I bought them. What do you
Potpourri.
mean no?
Yeah, mango salsa is a hard sell.
Yeah, that's no good. I don't like it.
You can put it on the back of your toilet tank.
Why would you?
Yeah. Out of all of them, I would say the wasabi is the best flavor, but the winner is the bacon mac and cheese. America will vote for that one.
Oh, yeah.
By the
Mango
way-
salsa's weird.
Yeah. By the way, you notice I'm sharing all of my chips. Girl who wouldn't give me a cookie last week.
4 cookies made for me with my name on them. A gift.
Yeah.
Was
Yes.
it 4 cookies that
Yes.
spelled out Gina?
No, but my name was written on the box.
Yeah. I know.
It's different than you buying 4 bags of chips.
It's
not the
you know,
same thing at all.
I know. It would have been
You
a
could
gift.
replace these chips at any moment
It would have
several
been
times
It
over.
would have been a gift from your heart, which you were unwilling to make to someone who argued for equal wages for you.
You can't drag that out.
Yeah, why not?
It was proposed.
I can't even finish this one mango
They're
salsa.
terrible.
Yeah, they're not good.
Actually, I like the wasabi okay. I like the bacon mac and cheese best.
I had high hopes for the mango salsa one. If it actually tasted like mango salsa.
Too much mango, not enough salsa. That's the problem.
In a
You
couple
got
of
your percentages off.
In a couple of seconds, I'm going to try one of those dog biscuits. That you
They're
put
very
out
good.
for Ripley.
They're peanut butter. Okay, we've got Boner Fight coming up here in just a few moments. Well, let's see. It looks like about 7 minutes. So, a reasonable amount of news before that. Brought to you by
Nightingale College. You can earn a bachelor's degree in nursing in as few as 32 months with 3 convenient start dates per year. No prerequisites. Sorry about that, Nightingale College. No waiting lists. Getting started is easier than you think. Visit them online at nightingale.edu today.
You really shouldn't do that with your mouth, though. It's dangerously sexy. That's just
Struggling to
dangerously-
speak is dangerously sexy.
Well, when you overemphasize it like that, it's like,
then-
oh, look at that. That's going to
then-
get a lot of people hot.
Let's see if struggling to speak is sexy if the president does it. Here we
Well,
go.
that's coming up.
Gaze upon Yosemite, towering sequoias.
Okay, I was going to get to that, but President Trump just let me go to that story then.
Sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. So President Donald Trump is going to sign this bill today, or has signed it, that would spend nearly $3 billion on conservation projects, outdoor recreation, and maintenance of national parks and other public lands. And I think the signing is going on like now, or it was an hour ago, something like that. Supporters say the measure, known as the Great American Outdoors Act, would be the most significant conservation legislation enacted in nearly a half a century. Spend a lot of money, $900 million a year, and try to, fix up places like Yosemite National Park. Contrary to popular belief, by the way, not named after the cartoon character Yosemite Sam. Yosemite Sam, or some called him Yosemite Sam.
Well, see, now that we were just having this conversation off the air. Now, the first time I read Yosemite, didn't hear the word, I said Yosemite.
Sure.
Because I was 5 years old.
Yeah, I was going to say, how old were you?
I was 5 or 6 years old, and it's like Yosemite. Okay.
Yosem.
But then I heard Yosemite Sam say his name. I'm Yosemite Sam. And I didn't put it together until I read, Yosemite. Yeah, I get it now. But again, I was 6.
Now, here's the president. Carrie, you got it there. Here's the president at this signing ceremony talking about spending all this money to fix things up.
When they gaze upon Yosemite, towering sequoias.
Is there more?
He's not well. 25th Amendment, not fit for office.
That's what I could find right now. I'll try to find the whole speech around it. But as Gina pointed out, he had 2 passes at it and got it wrong both times.
Well, first of all, he sounds
Drunk.
sick. He just sounds
He's not
sick.
well.
And then, second of all, he doesn't know. He knew enough to know that.
No, I didn't get it right. I'll try it again. No,
I know it's not that. He reads Yosemite. No, I know it's not that. What?
When they gaze upon
What is it?
Yosemite, towering
Damn, they
sequoias.
quizzed me on this too. I went over this morning.
I'm not joking.
No, I'm not. It's no joke.
He is not well. Why doesn't somebody do something? Step in.
I just anybody who you speak to who says Joe Biden is a gaffe machine, I've got a half hour of audio of
At this
Trump.
point, wouldn't it be better for the Republicans, and I am serious about this, have Mike Pence be president?
Oh, please.
He can pardon. No, I don't know why they don't do this. He can pardon Trump or pardon whoever they need pardoning, and he can go into, there's still time for him to campaign against Joe Biden.
I can guarantee you right at this very minute, Mike Pence is in Mitch McConnell's office right now saying, okay, come on, Mitch, really, come on. Now, after that, isn't it time? Really, come on, look. Did you hear that, Mike? Mitch, did you hear that? It's really time, isn't it? Come on. Well,
I don't want that to happen. I just don't understand why they allow this to continue.
Why have they allowed The Rock to buy the XFL? That's what I don't get. Why did he allow himself to do this?
And why now? I mean, maybe the price was really low, but
Well, it is.
What are you going to do with it? Just sit on it and wait, I guess?
The league had filed for bankruptcy, but Dwayne Johnson and his partners, Danny Garcia and Gary Cardinal, swooped in and bought it before it went on the auction block. McMahon was going to rebuy it or something, but then he said, no, I just can't do it. So it got off to a pretty decent start in 2020, contrary to all the predictions that it wouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
It did. It was doing pretty well. I watched a couple of games, and I thought, yeah, you know, this is fairly entertaining. This is sort of entertaining people, and once they find their stride, it'll get a little better, and people will watch it. But now shut down. But I think he's got the money. He can afford to just invest and then sit on it,
Mm-hmm.
and then hopefully make a big killing on it in the future. Let's go back to Donald Trump a little bit here, shall we? I just really hated this more than anything that I heard that came out of that interview he did with Axios.
Mm-hmm.
He has dismissed the legacy of John Lewis following his death, saying that the civil rights icon made a big mistake. He made a big mistake by not coming to my inauguration. It's all that matters to the damn guy.
Yeah.
Not all of the civil rights work that John Lewis did. Not the fact that John Lewis took police truncheons to the head, had his skull split open, went to the hospital, went to jail, protested and tried to make things better for the African American population. What mattered to Donald Trump is Mr. Lewis feeling that Donald Trump was not respectful of the civil rights movement.
Donald Trump cares about Donald
Trump.
Trump.
I'm not going to go to the inauguration. Well, that was his big mistake. The president made that announcement as Lewis lay in state at the Capitol last Tuesday. Asked about the late civil rights activist's legacy, Trump said, well, nobody's done more for black Americans than I have. John Lewis.
Quit expecting Donald Trump to not be Donald Trump.
Longtime Congressman Lewis, whose body took a bloody beating in Selma, Alabama, helped galvanize opposition to racial segregation. Trump stayed away from the funeral, refused to say whether he thought Lewis's life was impressive in any way. He also didn't visit the congressman's body as it lay in state. He dismissed his legacy. He said, I don't know. I suppose he was an okay guy, but he didn't come to my inauguration, you know. I never met John Lewis, really, I don't think. I don't believe. I never really met him. When Trump later complained about immigrants from S-hole countries, John Lewis said, I think he's a racist. We have to try to stand up and speak up and not try to sweep it under the rug. When he says stuff like that, it makes me think, yep, that guy's a racist.
Yep.
Now, Mitch, everybody, Mitch, now everybody's calling him a racist. Now, they don't call me a racist. Mitch, I could be the president. I could be the president, Mitch.
Put me in, Coach.
Now,
Yeah,
Mike.
I'm serious.
Mike, listen.
Listen, Vladimir has his heart set on.
I'm pretty sure Donald's going to get his ass handed to him in November. So let's just try and cover our losses. You'll run against Biden in 4 years. Let's see. I don't know. Oh, so here's another. This is so underhanded. The House Oversight Committee has invited the new Postmaster General to appear at a September hearing to examine operational changes at the U.S. Postal Service that are causing delays in mail deliveries across the country. So what's happened here? Mail delivery, pretty reliable, pretty on time, going well. And then we get this new Postmaster General put into that position by Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
And what does this Postmaster General do? He's a former Republican fundraiser. That was his. He doesn't know anything about the post office. His name is Louis DeJoy. He took over the top job in June. He started eliminating overtime payments for hundreds of thousands of postal workers, and he ordered that the mail be kept until the next day if the postal distribution centers are running late. So Donald Trump can say, voting by mail is not good. Look at all the problems in the Postal Service.
He's creating the problems.
Problems that I created, but problems that Stephen Miller said, here's what I know it will do. Here, let's do this. And then you go out and say there's all kinds of problems in the Postal Service.
It's
we can't trust them.
criminal.
It's so blatantly on the surface, under just.
And you know what else it does? It makes Nixon look like an amateur.
Yeah.
I don't.
And palatable.
Yeah.
They called him Tricky Dick. You know,
He
he
had
was
no
like,
idea.
if his name was Pete, they would have called him Sneaky Pete. Pete Nixon, it would have been Sneaky Pete. Trump is not sneaky. This is not sneaky.
No.
This is not tricky.
It's all out
This
there.
is, and I'm sure there's a word for it that I don't know. But if you wanna cheat and lie, you do it right out in the open. Just do it right out in the open.
Mm-hmm.
And then you do as much of it as possible.
Yep.
And people don't know where to look after a while.
It's as a matter of fact, I think it was Pompeo or one of his. No, it was Steve Bannon, who looks like Pompeo. He said, "This is our tactic. We flood everything with BS. We just a nonstop fire hose of BS. Flood the area, and they won't know where to look because they're
true. It works,
and it does work. So right out in front of everybody.
Not working on me."
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
Here we go. Just needed to center myself there.
Okay.
The winner from round one, back in the 7 o'clock hour. Be hard to center myself around this one. The Aryan Nation will rule all. A white supremacist with swastika tattoo slapping a female bartender. Who knows what's going on in this guy's head? In the long run, he's probably gone off the deep end, and he's nutty. He's got a big swastika tattoo on his chest, and he's hitting this woman for no discernible reason, and yelling about Aryan Nation and call Trump if you think I'm crazy. Call Trump. And going up against Boner candidate number 2, trying to make the mouse pay up. I have no idea how this candidate won. I have no idea why I even nominated it. Rhode Island mistakenly mailing tax refund checks signed by Mickey Mouse and Walt Disney.
All right, there you go. You've got to decide of these two candidates which one is the worst, which one should be Boner of the Day. 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number. The one that you think should win, put that single digit, that number, in the message of a text, and then text it to 33986. Or you can call 877-602-9696, use your voice to vote, or go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Fight, August 4, 2020, and vote there. And if you don't see that box, refresh. That box will appear, and you can vote then. All right, you have until the end of these messages to do so. This is Boner of the Day. The Park City Restaurant Association. They're doing the contest.
Yeah.
Oh, I look forward to this every year.
Yeah, the Park City Restaurant Association, this is a great thing they do, the annual cocktail contest.
You might find your new favorite cocktail, something you hadn't thought of before.
I've been lucky enough to be a judge on this thing a couple of times. It's great.
So throughout the month of August, local people and guests are invited to sample delicious cocktails from mixologists all over the Park City area, and then vote on your favorite drink online. So the recipes will be there, and I think the way it goes now, you can make them. You make them yourself, and then you see, wow, I really like that one or that one. The mixologist with the most votes will take home $500 cash along with recognition and, of course, bragging rights. You can visit parkcityrestaurants.com for a list of participating restaurants. Cast your vote. You have to be 21 to vote. Limit 1 vote per person. It's parkcityrestaurants.com.
And now, it's time to play the game that everyone wants to play. It's Beat Gina! Beat Gina brought to you today by Hastur Games. Hastur Games in Midvale has the best selection of board games, Magic, and Dungeons & Dragons. And Hastur also buys used games. Hastur Games on 6831 South State Street, or go to HasturGames.com. And today, one lucky contestant will win a Fat Cats gift card. Yes, but that's not all. another contestant, no, the same contestant, will win a Radio from Hell tote bag. And now, here's the man who can host a game show with one hand tied behind his back. He's so good, he can host 2 game shows at the same time. Wow. When you look in the dictionary for the words game show host, you will find his picture, and you will swoon. Wow. Here he is, the man, nay, the legend, Kerry Jacksboy Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny.
You're welcome,
Although
Kerry.
I think you're just taking Wikipedia entries about Wink Martindale and using them for me, right?
Oh, no. Wink Martindale doesn't cast a shadow like you do.
All right. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
How we pick the contestants, you ask? Well, it's easy. We determine, based on the prize that they're going to give Gina, if she beats them at Scary Movie Trivia. So, line 1, Gina is offering you a Greek gyro meal.
Ooh.
Okay.
I don't know whether it's prepared here or
no, there's no
if it's
specifics.
transported.
Okay.
Doesn't say. Line 2 is offering you Halloween cookies and wine.
Okay.
And line 3 is offering you Lehigh Bakery donuts.
I've never had the Lehigh Bakery donuts.
Oh, they're very good.
Okay, we'll go with that.
Is that what
Johnny.
you want?
Sure.
Going with Lehigh Bakery donuts with Brad. Brad is who you will be playing against today. Brad, are you there? Oh, hang on. Brad, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, good. Thank you, Brad. I was doing some work during the commercial. All right. We toss coin to determine who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails?
Tails.
All right. Coin toss app says tails. That means you go first, Brad.
Are you feeling confident, Brad?
Very confident.
Oh,
All right.
okay.
These trivia questions prepared by Katie, I would think.
No.
No? Okay.
Hawk.
Based on the Scary Movie franchise.
Okay.
Which were the parodies of the Scream movies and a whole bunch of other horror movies, and so it's based on those. So
Okay.
here we go. Brad, your question first. Multiple choice. What is the name of the high school that Cindy goes to in the first Scary Movie? Is it 1, Shadyside High School, 2, Serial K High School, 3, Dead Bodies High, or 4, B.A. Corpse High School?
I think it's A.
Shadyside? Incorrect.
Shadyside.
Gina.
B.A. Corpse.
B.A. Corpse is correct.
It's 1-0 for Gina, and I don't think I'd like to go to that high school. Gina now controls the question as well.
Gina.
Yeah.
What did Cindy type on the computer to summon the police? What was her message to call the police? Was it 1, the killer's in the house, 2, white woman in trouble, 3, can you bring some donuts, 4, I've fallen and I can't get up?
White woman in trouble.
Wow.
That's 2-0 for Gina, a commanding lead. But, Brad, you have a chance to climb back into the game.
Brad?
All right.
What is the book that Cindy is reading? Is it 1, Harry Pothead, 2, Board of the Rings, 3, The Gay Gatsby, or 4, The I'm Really Hungry Games?
The Gay Gatsby.
Incorrect, Gina.
I don't know.
You wanna hear- A, Harry Pothead?
Yeah. Oh, that was a total guess.
Well, Gina sweeps the game.
Wow.
Brad almost didn't get a chance to say anything. And now you'll be
I guess I
enjoying...
gotta go rewatch those movies.
Yeah.
You'll be enjoying delicious Lehigh Bakery donuts, and poor Brad will go home empty-handed.
People shouldn't expect me to do that again. That was a
That may never happen.
No.
You whipped him like a souffle.
Hang on, Brad. All right.
I'm going. Goodbye.
You're just out of here?
Yes.
You can't leave until I turn the music down.
Oh, you're right. I can't.
It's
I'm
like-
trying to.
It's like a Doctor Strange spell.
I'm trying to, but I can't leave.
Tell me the truth, Gina. You guessed on all of those.
Totally guessed.
I knew you didn't see those movies. I just knew it. Okay, Johnny, you're free.
Thank you.
You're released. All right.
See, to me, the best line in that is drizzled with ranch pudding.
Ranch pudding. All right, time to award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by some cherries.
But pitted? Did you have to pit the cherries?
Yes, with my teeth.
Woohoo! Lucky's Auto Credit, 77 cents in a job gets you a car. That's awesome. They'll front the tax, title, license, 77 cents total to drive away today. Apply online at luckysautocredit.com. Woohoo!
I used to never take the pits out until the stomach pumping incident, and then I decided it was not a good idea.
Learned your lesson, did you?
Yeah, it was a blockage that just wouldn't quit. So we had Boner candidate number 1, the Aryan nation will rule all. Some guy going off the deep end in Florida, just bizarre. He's shirtless. He's got a big swastika tattoo on his chest, his upper shoulder. He's got some other, looks like some bizarre Antifa character on his chest, and he's slapped a waitress, a barmaid, yelling about the Aryan nation and Donald Trump, and yes, were you going to say something, Carrie?
No.
Okay. And then Boner candidate number 2 was, I don't know why it was even in there, trying to make the mouse pay up. Rhode Island mistakenly mailing out tax refund checks signed by Mickey Mouse and Walt Disney. And but the winner clearly was Boner candidate number 1, the Aryan nation will rule all.
There you go. Yeah, the video is quite bothersome. I mean, he just clocks that poor woman, just open hand slap. It's like pro wrestling or something.
I'm pretty excited.
What's that?
Well, I got the washlet by Toto yesterday.
The washlet? Is that
a
bidet?
Yeah, by Toto at Costco. So it's the bidet seat that you can put on your toilet. And
it's an add-on.
Yeah. And it's apparently very easy to install. You can do it with really almost no tools. It heats the water. The water's heated, and it's got a remote control. Now, the only problem I have with the remote control is that it says it's only got enough for 2-person settings. So everybody's built. Now, I've never really done one of these things, so it's going to be interesting. But everybody's built differently. So the angle of the squirters and the dryers and all of that will be different for each person.
No, this is Daddy's bidet. You tell them they are not allowed to use it. That's for you.
No, that's
they
not
grow
the way.
up and earn money. They can buy their own bidet.
Well, that's not the way it works, Gina. I'm sorry. We live in a democratic household where
you bought that bidet. You can say who uses it and who doesn't.
We live in a democratic household where the children are allowed to push the adults around as much as they want.
Wow, that's unfortunate. I'd go about changing that government.
It is unfortunate, but once you've set that precedent,
well,
you
that's
got to
not
live
been
with
my
it.
experience. You can have a coup.
No, you gotta live with it. The only thing is that you can hope that they'll either be kidnapped or leave on their own. So I'm interested to, so the remote control just has settings for 2 different people.
2 pre-programs.
Yeah, two pre-programs. You can sit there and fiddle with it, I guess, and get it to do what you want.
So they'll have to do their individual settings or accept yours.
Yeah. Now that's where I'm going to put my foot down right there.
You have to accept my settings on the bidet.
This is Daddy setting. That's Mommy setting. You use one of those or fix your own. But so I don't know. I'm just and it's got a heated seat. Light, a night light seat, which is very nice.
I don't activate my light. It's
so you've got one of these. That's right. I forgot.
Yeah. I don't have the light. Yeah, I think no. It's another one, but it does all the things that you're talking about. I don't have the light up the bowl feature going. And you won't either after a couple of days.
All right. All right.
The
There's just some
novelty
things.
will wear off.
Yeah, there's just some things at midnight that you don't need to see. You know.
Now it says carry self-sanitizing. What does that mean exactly?
I don't know.
Well, I'm interested to try it, and it's
Well, if it's
a brave.
UV light, that's probably
That's what the light
is.
It's a blue UV light, so maybe that's it. But like I said, after a while, there are just some things you don't want to see.
But you don't have to look, do you?
Well, but it's bright and it's midnight, you know. So it's this bright blue light. It's like a club, you know. Hey, there's a party going on there.
Well, it's going to be fun, won't it?
Oh yeah, you'll enjoy it. You'll enjoy it.
Okay, good.
But remember, there is a learning curve. Don't get impatient. I made the mistake of getting impatient, and I stopped using it. And now I'm trying to learn it again. And
give the bidet a second chance.
It's a whole thing, huh?
Just relax and accept it. All
Well,
right?
I noticed that it comes with an instructional video, so I'm excited to watch that.
All right, what's happening downtown?
Oh, the Downtown Alliance would like to tell you about this public. It's the Blocks Public Art and Mural Trail. So, you're walking a lot just for exercise. Well, why don't you try something new? The Blocks is Salt Lake's cultural core, and they invite you to head downtown and experience a very colorful walking tour of Salt Lake City's best public art and murals. And there is a lot of it. The Blocks Public Art and Murals Trail. You can start by downloading the Lingo app. That's Lingo with like 3 I's, Liiingo, and search the Blocks, or go to any of the any mural downtown and scan. There's a QR code on all the sanctioned murals. You can scan that, and then it'll give you a guide to these murals, and you can walk in a certain logical way and experience all of them. So it's really an interesting thing to do. If you want more information about it, go to theblockslc.com. So I saw this story too this morning, and did somebody break wind on the news?
It's what is that sound is what we're playing. It's a game.
So see if it sounds like that to you. This is during an interview with Democratic Representative, how do you say his name?
Swalwell.
He's being interviewed by Chris Matthews on MSNBC, and you've got the audio.
I've got the audio. So we'll start off with Chris, and then he'll talk, and then you'll hear the fart during Eric Swalwell's response.
Who were on the phone listening to the president talk about this swap of dirt for U.S. military aid.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Okay, one more time.
There we go.
Evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Who were on the...
Now, so the internet, the Twitter, and all of that went crazy. With,
yeah.
So who farted on the? Now they say.
Chris Matthews tweeted out saying that it was a coffee mug scooting across a table.
Which it probably is.
It could be, but it also sounds to me like a wooden stool leg.
Yeah.
Scraping across a floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more likely one of those things than a fart.
I thought it was somebody just farting around. Somebody just put that in there. That's what it seemed like to me.
Added it to it?
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, they said that it happened during the broadcast because if you look at Swalwell's face, he kind of grimaces a little.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
What was that?
Well, then it was him. It was Swalwell.
And
that was a Democratic fart.
He said, "No, it wasn't me. I don't know where it came from, but it was funny at the time, and that's why I smiled."
Well, let's see. They say the smeller's the feller.
Well, what does it mean to the listener? The listener's the what?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to.
The hearer's
is the bearer.
I don't know.
I thought he who smelt it dealt it.
Well, it doesn't indicate that he smelt it. It indicates that he heard it.
Yeah, so we don't know if he dealt it. Fox smells his own hole first. That's what they say.
Taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
Now he pauses a little bit there.
Yeah, just kind of because
Well,
he's
that's why
sneaking it. He
he-
thought he could sneak it out.
He kind of goes, "Oh, what was that?" Huh?
Although wouldn't he'd sort of have to have a microphone near his.
Well, we don't know if it
his
was whether
ventilator.
it's his or Chris's, because they leave Chris's mic on as well.
Oh.
So
Well,
what Chris is claiming is that it was his coffee mug going across the top of the table.
If okay, then it's Matthews, and you can look at him. He's a farter.
He's a farter.
Yeah, he gets too excited about stuff, and
The president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
Yeah, that
Cheat,
pause. That
and
pause
elect-
is
that tells me he knows it's coming.
the pause is unfortunate.
That tells me he knows something's happening.
Boy, you mean like he leaned up? Like
So
like he he tried to
a
one cheek sneak?
one cheek sneak while he's standing up.
Because you can't fart in those hearing rooms. They're so
Yeah.
condensed and
Well, yeah,
all those people.
People would go, God, who did that?
Well, actually, that's the better place to go because there's so many possible.
Wasn't me.
Wasn't me. Like, whoa.
Wasn't me. Where was I yesterday? I was in a car with some people, and I won't say who, but I kept thinking, somebody is stinking this car up. And you don't want to say anything because
you'll embarrass somebody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that was Chris Matthews.
Think it was Matthews?
Yeah.
Ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that's an old man fart. That's an old man fart. It's kind
How
of
can
raggedy.
you tell?
It's kind of raggedy.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not
strong,
full
it's
throated. It's kind of raggedy and almost wet sounding.
Oh.
And here are the rhymes that we were looking for. He who denied it supplied it.
Oh.
The blamer is the claimer.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, people who
All
are
right.
listening to the show. You're smarter than
Thank
we
you
are.
very much.
Very good.
It's 9:53.
My daughter says that it's okay if TikTok goes away because they're already jumping to something else. Like there's
TikTok's over.
Oh,
I mean, she likes TikTok, but
they're so fickle.
It just happened. TikTok just happened.
she likes it, and she says, and Katie will back me up on this. If you're a new music artist, that is how you get a song popular.
Oh, it's
not
huge.
the radio. Don't the radio.
Well, we actually play songs that went viral on TikTok that we
Yeah.
got because of that.
That's
So,
where you make your song popular. Is TikTok.
big time.
Well, maybe we ought to start doing our radio show on TikTok.
No.
Is
It'd
that
be
possible?
over really quickly if we
Well,
did that.
that's what would make it popular. Is if it were over faster.
15 seconds of the Radio from Hell show
Yeah.
every day.
You bet. Can we post 15 seconds of the Radio from Hell show on TikTok every day?
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Well,
that's
we
if you want to make a TikTok profile.
No, Katie. That's if you want to
The
make
Radio
us
from Hell.
Yeah.
Right.
Radio from Hell TikTok profile.
So, but TikTok's over, and so they're moving to another one. Is that the way that it's going to be? Is it we have
She
to keep
just said they're
switching up
ready
every
to.
year?
They're ready to. They're ready to move.
They're not sure to where.
Oh,
No, it has a
Oh.
name. I can't remember what
Is
it
it
is.
Thriller? Someone is saying it's
Maybe.
Thriller.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys remember MySpace? Me too.
You know, you young people are just so fickle. You're so fickle.
We should be more fickle, Bill. We're not fickle enough.
Is that our problem?
We're stuck in our ways.
I used to be fickle, and it caused me nothing but pain.
It's better to be stuck in your ways.
Yeah, I'm just trying. So we were talking about this big explosion in Lebanon. Just if you see the videos of the explosion, and there are many angles and things. It's huge. A building blew up or was bombed. Nobody's saying exactly what it was yet. Somebody here, one report saying there were fireworks in there.
A fireworks plant?
Yeah,
I don't know.
But these are all just rudimentary reports. But if you go and look up these little videos real quick, Twitter's the best place to find them. Don't go to TikTok.
No.
Go to Twitter. This explosion, I haven't seen anything like that. It's
like a movie. You know, the first video I saw of it, the explosion was mushroom cloud-like, and I got kind of nervous.
And then it kind of implodes as well. It's
and then I saw a different angle, and it wasn't so mushroom cloudy on the different angle, but there was a shock wave. That's how big it was, is that they saw the explosion in the distance, and then you count to 2, and boom, it knocks the guy holding the camera over.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it was massive.
Well, if it wasn't an accident, there's going to be hell to pay.
And if you're listening to this on Wednesday morning, we'll know more in a few moments. Let's do the promo and get out of here.
All right, I just have to go there. Click on that. Okay.
We are nearly halfway through the 18th week of broadcasting from home, so keep the streak going with Wednesday's Radio from Hell show.
You know, Wednesday means Things That Must Go is happening at 6:45, but we still need your must-goes. You know, those little things that you just can't deal with anymore. Send them to radiofromhell@x96.com.
Then at 7:45 a.m., Dr. Cabo will be here to answer any questions you may have about COVID-19, and maybe I'll have him do a checkup on my bug bite.
And make sure that you are listening at 9 a.m. because our friend Dallin Weeks from IDK will be here. I don't know how, but they found me. That's what I call it.
Yeah.
Anyway, he'll be here to talk about their new music that's coming up.
So clearly you don't want to miss Wednesday's Radio from Hell show on X96. All right. I think we're good.
Yeah. It's good enough.
You don't sound too sure. But...
Well, it's good enough.
No, I'm good.
It's good enough.
Good enough?
Yeah.
All right. I think. Thank you, Katie. Fine job. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
You can work at the liquor store?
Corey is next.